And we are following breaking news right now in Palmetto, Georgia. Zach Merchant and Dan Kennedy here with you in the 11Alive Plus Streaming Center. This is just in the last 15 to 30 seconds from the Fulton County School District. We just got a press release. I'm going to read it to you right now. We're going to read this together in real time. This is from the school district. Palmetto Elementary School, currently under hard lockdown due to an active criminal investigation taking place outside of the school. No Palmetto Elementary students are involved. All students and staff are safe. The statement just released from Fulton County Schools continues to say that the school will remain in hard lockdown until law enforcement clears the scene. For safety reasons, parents and community members are asked not to come to the school at this time. As a precaution, all Palmetto Elementary students are being relocated to Bear Creek Middle School in Fairburn. Additional information, including reunification instructions, will be shared as it becomes available. Again, as we are tracking this developing story here, breaking news again from the Fulton County School District, Dan. Palmetto Elementary School currently under a hard lockdown due to an active criminal investigation taking place outside of the school. The school district says no Palmetto Elementary students are involved and that all students and staff are safe. And Dan, we've been watching this develop and waiting for confirmation before we came on the air, and that is the first hard confirmation we have of a situation at Palmetto.
And I'll tell you, we first learned of this potentially 30 minutes ago, of a potential serious situation happening outside this elementary school, and our helicopter is on the way right now to give you some aerials in addition to a number of team members that we are sending down there to get some idea of what's going on the ground. Reams, if you don't mind, on that Google map, Googling the distance between Palmetto Elementary School and Bear Creek Middle School, because that is now where these students are going to be traveling, between Palmetto and Bear Creek. In fact, our producer just talked to Bear Creek Middle, who says the students are en route right now. Zach, this is an elementary school, Palmetto, with an enrollment of about 500 kids in there right now. So this is no easy task, moving 500 elementary school students who may be scared over whatever just happened. Again, the details still coming in. We know there was an active criminal investigation, and this school was put on hard lockdown, and now you have to move 500 frightened children, not to mention teachers and staff, to an elementary school that appears to be about 4.5 miles away.
And we have seen some social media chatter from parents and loved ones asking questions about what's going on at Bear Creek as well. And now we know this answer that seems to be the reunification point, and the Palmetto Elementary students are being moved in that direction for the reunification. We're looking live right now at helicopter aerials over the scene at Palmetto Elementary School in the southern portion of Fulton County, where again, Fulton County School District has confirmed that Palmetto Elementary School is currently under hard lockdown due to what they're describing as an active criminal investigation taking place outside of the school. And again, we're going to continue to emphasize this as it is surely the number one question of parents and loved ones. The school district says no Palmetto Elementary students were involved and that all students and staff are safe. Now, there are definitions for what these terms mean. When you hear the phrase hard lockdown, this is how the Fulton County School District defines it. They say that hard lockdown is when there is a threat or a hazard inside of the school building or in situations when school leaders deem appropriate. During a hard lockdown, all learning stops. Students and staff take immediate actions to lock and secure doors and employ the protection strategies they have learned during drills, such as hiding and keeping away from windows or doors. And you heard there from Fulton County School District in this early statement, Dan, the investigation is taking place outside of the school.
Yeah.
It sounds, and again, details are early. We're learning this right alongside of you. It seems as though this is a situation that appears to have taken place, the nexus of all of this taken place outside of the school. At this point, no confirmation on if anybody was injured or a condition of any potential victim or victims. We, of course, are watching for that information to come out. But no students, and all students and staff are safe, the school district says.
And we're happy to continue to stress that point. It begs the question, though, if this did happen outside the school, what is the need to evacuate the students? So, look, they are erring on the side of caution. There is no doubt about that, the school district getting these 500 students to a different location. But it will be interesting to learn what exactly, as we are looking at aerial views here, and in the middle of this, in the middle of that crime scene, you see a blue tent up, surrounded by crime scene tape. And look, when we see that go up at crime scenes, oftentimes it means there is a victim beneath the tent. It often means that is where investigators are going to be focusing their efforts. And we can kind of deduce from this scene that tent is surrounded by crime scene tape, that perhaps that is going to be the center of their attention. And Zach, it appears to me, looking at this video, that may in fact be on school property, not on the street in front of the school, but perhaps in the parking lot right there in front of the main entrance.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you can see the sign right there in the helicopter picture, Palmetto Elementary School, welcome. That appears to be right outside of the front door. And, you know, we've been tracking this, we've been saying for the last 30 to 45 minutes probably. So that would put potentially the incident at the heart of this happening somewhere around 11 o'clock, 11:15. You know, that would be a little early for the lunchtime period at school. But it's not a pickup or drop-off window either. It's kind of in the middle of the school day. As we continue to look at this live picture over Palmetto Elementary School, boy, there again, you see the blue tent up there over, well, we don't want to say anything that's not confirmed, but it appears that that area that's caution taped off and with the tent over top of it looks to be the center of this scene that caused this lockdown at Palmetto Elementary School. We should point out this as well as we move to a different vantage point. You know, unfortunately, this is something, you know, Dan, I know you have covered school shootings before. I have as well. And one of the things you look for is the body language of first responders. When you see them go into the trunks of their vehicles, putting body armor on, getting the long guns out, and moving with haste, that is typically a sign that things are in their early stages and things are in sometimes their most dangerous stages. You see law enforcement in the parking lot there. Again, we don't know for sure, but when you see the body language of officers talking with each other, and it looks like we just lost our chopper shot. I suspect that'll come back up in a moment. But Dan, when you see the officers, the first responders, with a more controlled pace and body language out there, that tends to suggest that the most urgent part of whatever threatening situation has occurred is in the past.
Yeah, that's a great point. This now appears as if the threat's over, and perhaps this is going to move into the investigative stage. Look, if this is what it appears it could be, and we are still waiting on confirmation from police, there is now a question of, is there a suspect out there who committed whatever crime led to these students being evacuated? And again, no students involved here, but police calling this an active criminal investigation. So who is the supposed criminal in all this? And is there an active manhunt at this time? That is another question we are working to learn right now. I can tell you, Zach, we also have just heard from an official with Fulton County Schools who confirms that whatever this is happened on campus outside the building, which you know, lines up with what we were seeing with our very own eyes here from the aerial views.
It does. And if you are just joining us, again, we're going to continue to re-rack what we know here in this developing breaking situation at Palmetto Elementary School in the southern portion of Fulton County. Just in the last few minutes, we received this statement from the Fulton County School District. I'm going to read it to you in full once again. If you're just joining us, this is what the school district says here. Palmetto Elementary School is currently under a hard lockdown due to an active criminal investigation taking place outside the school. And that emphasizes what, Dan, you just referenced from another school district official, the investigation, according to the school district, taking place outside the school. The statement goes on to say that no Palmetto Elementary students are involved and that all students and staff are safe. Now, if you're a parent, you're a loved one of a student, the next question is going to be, when can you get to your child?
Yes.
The school district says that as a precaution, All Palmetto Elementary students are being relocated to Bear Creek Middle School in Fairburn. Additional information, including reunification instructions, will be shared as it becomes available. That statement answering some questions and including also some chatter that we've seen on social media asking about why is there an increased presence, why is there this activity at Bear Creek Middle School. Now we know it's being used as the relocation point for the Palmetto Elementary School students.
And Zach, as we look at this aerial footage, you can actually see the school buses pulling up to the school right now. It's blocked currently by the view we have, but I know once we circle this building once more, you'll be able to see what I counted as 3 school buses lining up. And I imagine they are there now to pick up the students from the rear exit of this school and take them to Bear Creek. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school where you were looking now, there is this crime scene. You have the crime scene tape up, you have the blue tent up. That's where investigators pouring their focus right now as we zoom out. And then to the left of your screen, you'll see it in just a moment. There are the yellow school buses lined up to take some 500 students currently enrolled at this school to another location about 15 minutes away. So if you are watching right now, you are a parent, you are looking to get reunified, then Zach, it's about a 15-minute drive, I believe, school to school. That'll probably happen within the next half hour or so.
And just as you were saying that, Dan, our assignment desk was in touch with somebody at Bear Creek Middle School. They say that the students are on their way to the school now. I suspect that may be in the sense that the process of moving them has begun. As Dan, you pointed out, we are just starting to see those school buses get ready to start the process of picking up all, as you mentioned, more than 500 students at Palmetto Elementary School. You can suspect this process may take some time. If you're a parent waiting to get to your child, there's going to be nothing more urgent to do. Law enforcement always in these situations asks parents and family members as much as you can to exercise patience and let the relocation process play out under what you can be sure is going to be a very close, watchful gaze of the educators and the first responders on the scene there.
There are the students right now getting on some of the school buses. Elementary school, Zach, we're talking about kids of all ages, some who are going to be too young to understand what's going on, some who, as the school buses pass by this yellow crime scene tape, are going to be well aware that something terrible has happened on their own campus while they were there in school. We believe this happened sometime just after 11 o'clock this morning. I spoke with somebody who works just down the street from this school. They are also trying to gather some information about what happened, but they said, I heard a number of sirens passing by, probably 10 to 15 different first responders. And this woman said she also watched as an ambulance drove the other way in the opposite direction of those first responders still arriving on scene. Although she has said the sirens have since stopped. Zach, to your point, this no longer an active threat. All students accounted for and are safe. Right now, this is turning into the investigative phase of things.
The investigative phase and the relocation phase with families, which the school district has pointed out. And as we've mentioned, the students themselves are being relocated to Bear Creek Middle School. That's over in Fairburn. The district is going to release specific reunification instructions to families, to parents, and to us, I suspect, and certainly when we get that, we will share that. That information is going to be shared, the district says, as it becomes available. Right now, that information has not yet been released.
Yeah.
You can suspect it will focus on Bear Creek Middle School, where these students are being relocated to. But a situation like this, the district is also responding in real time.
I want to draw.
Look at what we're seeing on the screen here, Dan.
Yeah, look at this. A caravan of school buses now making their way to the elementary school, and they are going to be transporting several hundred students. That 5-mile trek to the middle school. That is quite the sight to see. At least a dozen school buses all pulling in to take these students to a safe location. Again, not to say the current location not safe. It is secure. All students accounted for. But Zach, off to the right-hand side of your screen, you see those school buses pulling in. And then probably, the distance of 2 football fields away on the other side of that building is a crime scene. And where an active criminal investigation is taking place. And we are working to learn exactly what transpired outside that side of the building. But really tells us 2 different stories there.
It does, and there are going to be two real components of this that we're going to continue to follow. The first and most important is, are the kids okay? Is the staff okay? We know the answer to that question. The answer is yes. Fulton County Schools confirms, and now we're going to be following that caravan, getting them to the relocation point, the students to the relocation point at Bear Creek Middle School. But you're right, Dan, the other component is what exactly happened. How did this situation unfold right in front of what appears to be the front door to Palmetto Elementary School, a school that serves pre-K through fifth grade, the youngest learners, some of the youngest learners. And notable, too, the school district pointed out what has become commonplace for school districts all across the country in this era. The district said that students, or I should say their website says that students do the drills. They do the lockdown drills. They practice active shooter drills. And this would have been a situation when the school, as they said, they went into a hard lockdown, that those students and the educators in the classrooms would have known through their training what to do in these moments. And Dan, I mean, when I was growing up, this was not something that we had to practice.
We had fire drills, we had the tornado drills occasionally, and now you have kids as young as pre-K having to practice active shooter drills, still working to confirm what exactly transpired outside of this school. But we know by looking at the aerial footage that we were sharing with you as we see it, it appears to all center right outside the main entrance of Palmetto Elementary School. A blue tent is now up, the crime scene tape surrounding that. Whenever you see one of those blue tents go up, Zach, it is not a good sign. Usually means there is potentially a victim associated with this. And again, we have reached out to a number of law enforcement sources. Zach, you were on the phone with them not too long ago, basically passing the buck at this point, not ready to confirm anything. But we are working with a number of police department, sheriff offices as well to figure out what exactly went down here.
Yeah, and I would say, too, this is a developing situation for everybody involved, right?
Sure.
So whenever this kind of situation does happen, we take it very seriously to make sure the information we are sharing with you is information that we have confirmed on the record. Because in a moment like this, there's a lot of information swirling. If you go on social media, understandably, you see a lot going on. It is frightening. We're talking about some of the youngest learners. We're talking about kids, their parents, their loved ones. When you come to us, we want to make sure that you are hearing confirmed on the record truth. So if you're seeing things on social media and you're wondering, well, boy, why are they not saying that on TV right now? It is because we are going to take the extra step to make sure that what we have is confirmed by sources that know it firsthand. So that's where we are. And while we talk about things we know for sure, this is a good point to re-rack here. If you're just joining us, it's now 12:32 in the afternoon, and we have been for the last half hour or so with you now as we continue to follow this situation at Palmetto Elementary School, what authorities are calling, what the school district is calling, an active criminal investigation that is taking place outside of the school placed under what they described as a hard lockdown. Importantly, the school district says no Palmetto Elementary students are involved. All students and staff are safe. The district statement goes on to say, you can read it on your screen here, the school will remain in hard lockdown until law enforcement clears the scene. For safety reasons, parents and community members are asked not to come to the school at this time, and the statement goes on to say that, as a precaution, all Palmetto Elementary students being relocated to Bear Creek Middle School in Fairburn. Additional information, including, importantly here, parents, including reunification instructions, will be shared as it becomes available. And I think now we have our helicopter shot up. You can see one school bus, and if you look down at the bottom right of your screen, many more. There's a long line of buses that have been rolling in to this sort of horseshoe-shaped roundabout outside of the school. Students are starting to get ready to be loaded onto those buses, and you can suspect those buses, once full with, Dan, as you pointed out, more than 500 students in this elementary school, once those buses are fully loaded up, they're going to start making their way caravanning over to Bear Creek Middle and Fairburn.
Yeah, look, one of those school buses can hold 50 adults, about 70 kids, and that's why they have what appears to be almost a couple dozen school buses lined up, ready to take those students not far away. What I believe it's about 4.5 miles or so away. It's going to be a 15-minute drive for these students, and you got to wonder what teachers are telling them, what all those students may be informed about when it comes to what transpired outside of their school. Did they hear anything? Did they see anything? We know the investigation, which is taking place on the other side of this building, appears to be right in front of the main entrance to the school. Were there windows nearby that students perhaps witnessed anything? Going to be interesting to find out in the later hours of the day what all students saw, heard, knew.
And as we continue to work to make sure that we have our helicopter shot up there, this is a developing situation, so that signal is going to come in and out a little bit. We're going to continue to get that back up as we continue to watch what is unfolding now at Palmetto Elementary School. And at this juncture, it is important to emphasize, as we talked about earlier, Dan, the urgency of law enforcement on scene. When you see them, we've seen some shots a little bit ago of law enforcement officers, first responders, talking with each other in the parking lot, obviously taking the situation very seriously, but it seems that the moment of peak urgency, that first response, when it's typically an indicator that the threat is still ongoing, that moment has now passed. That's confirmed by the school district as well, that students, staff, they are safe. And as you've pointed out, Dan, too, there are these two components. The investigative component, what happened? Mm-hmm. How did it happen? How was it able to happen? Those are all questions that the district will be asking. Those are all questions I'm sure that parents will be asking. Those are all questions we know that law enforcement is going to be asking and tasked with getting to the bottom of. I suspect job number one right now for all the first responders and the staff and the educators on scene, job number one is getting those students all accounted for, which they have been according to the school district, now getting them all into those buses, getting them over to Fairburn and Bear Creek Middle School. That's the primary task. And then I suspect we're going to start to see the investigative component on the other side of the school, from where you're seeing, if you look kind of the top right of where you see that blue tent in your screen there, that's where the investigative component, I think, is going to start spinning up. And you see some law enforcement officers already there. Yeah. They are getting to work on that. But likely surely the main focus of law enforcement right now, getting those kids over to Bear Creek.
I think that's exactly right, Zach. And they want to get those kids off site so they can then continue their investigation without having to worry about children seeing what exactly is going to go down. I mean, looking at this aerial footage right now, what you see is investigators essentially just biding their time until the children are safely off campus so they can really get into the crux of what exactly happened outside the school. I mean, you don't see them placing down evidence markers. You don't see the 3D scanner out there. You don't see them making photographs right now. I imagine once all these buses depart from the campus, then you will start to see that from investigators. You might even see more investigators called out. Is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation going to be called out to assist in this? That is going to be interesting to see. In fact, our newsroom may be calling on that right now to find out if the GBI has been called in to assist with this at all. And I can tell you, Zach, we have a number of crews of ours showing up at scene right now, gathering information and speaking with parents as they go work to be reunited with their children.
And we really can't say this enough. If you are a parent, if you are a loved one who is just tuning in and see this legitimately scary scene on your screen right now, again, from the Fulton County School District, the most important thing we can relay is that the school district says, while there was, and effectively it still continues, a hard lockdown at Palmetto Elementary School, the district confirms no Palmetto Elementary students are involved and that all students and staff are safe. Again, all students, all staff are safe. Fulton County Schools says the situation that sparked this, they are calling an active criminal investigation that triggered a hard lockdown at the school. Still no details on exactly what led up to that, or if there are any victims, or if there are the conditions of victims. We hope not. We're still waiting for confirmation on that. Let's take a moment now, if we can go back one tab on our screen here. Again, this is the statement from Fulton County School District. If you've been with us for a while, you have heard this. If you are in that boat, it's worth hearing again. And if you're just joining us, let's walk through it together. This is from now about 30 minutes ago or so from the Fulton County School District. It is our latest statement from the school district. Here's what they say. Palmetto Elementary School, currently under hard lockdown due to an active criminal investigation taking place outside the school. No Palmetto Elementary students are involved. All students and staff are safe. I want to repeat that. No Palmetto Elementary students are involved. All students and staff are safe. The statement goes on to say the school will remain in hard lockdown until law enforcement clears the scene. As we've been watching from our helicopter, law enforcement is still very much on scene right now. For safety reasons, parents and community members asked not to come to the school at this time. The statement goes on to say, talking about reunification here, as a precaution, all Palmetto Elementary students, they're being relocated to Bear Creek Middle School in Fairburn. Additional information, including reunification instructions, will be shared as it becomes available. And as soon as we get information on that point, Dan, of course, we're going to share that, because the number one question any parent, any loved one has is my child okay? Thankfully, we can say for sure, according to the school district, that is the case here. The next question is when and where can I pick my kid up? That information, the school district says they're going to relay when some more details become available. And as soon as they do, of course, Dan, you and I, and us at 11Alive, we're going to relay that information too.
I will tell you that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, we have just confirmed through our newsroom that they have not been called out to assist at the scene. So this appears that this is going to be a different agency's jurisdiction who will handle the full-on investigation here. Zach, you were plugged into the political world. I imagine at some point today we're going to start hearing from the governor, perhaps the attorney general, maybe even a senator or two, some representatives, just about what these students went through. It seems like the kind of thing they might chime in on.
You know, yes, you can certainly expect that. I think we will see that later today. We do want to bring you an update here. Our newsroom has now confirmed via multiple sources that the investigation that we have been watching unfold outside of Palmetto Elementary School, what the school district described as an active criminal investigation, multiple sources now confirmed to the 11Alive newsroom that there had been a shooting outside of the school. Again, multiple sources now confirmed to the 11Alive newsroom that there had been a shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. That would be the incident that sparked this lockdown, what the Fulton County School District initially described in a release about 30 or 40 minutes ago now as an active criminal investigation taking place outside of the school. Now the school district, or I should say now sources, are confirming to 11Alive that it was a shooting. Again, the school district confirming no students involved, all students and staff are safe. And we now have our Marissa Sarback, who just got onto the scene. Marissa, you are near the elementary school right now. What are you seeing?
Well, Palmetto police and the sheriff's office are here on scene. You can see behind me dozens of cars. Law enforcement has this blocked off, so we're not able to get too close to the school, but I will show you what we can see right now just from this blocked off point here. Again, law enforcement blocking off the entrance. You can see some of those school buses over by the elementary school and even some more turning in. We are told they are to pick up the kids at this point because we know the kids are going from Palmetto Elementary School over to Bear Creek Middle School in Fairburn. We got here just 5 minutes ago, and I just spoke with a mom here on scene. She says she got an email alerting her from the school district that, just like you heard, there was an active criminal investigation. Something was going on here at the school and that all of the kids were safe. But as you can imagine, as a parent, just an absolutely terrifying email to get. She was shaking as she talked to us. She said, very scary. She has a son in the district. I believe she said first grade. And as you can see, there's a lot going on here. Very scary situation for so many of these parents, but they are finding out that they're okay. We're being moved a little bit further back right now, but I will just take you in. Very active scene here, you guys. Again, we're behind the police barricade, but you can see about a dozen cop cars over there. I also do want to note that there were about 6 school buses coming in. We were behind them. Those were to pick up the kids that were at this school and move them to a safe location. Zach?
Marissa, if you need to move, don't let us hold you up here. So I'm going to ask you a question, but if you've got to move, go ahead. A question for you as we watch overhead from the helicopter. It appears most of the school buses are still lining up and taking students on board. Have you started to see any of the school buses hit the road and begin to move towards Bear Creek Middle?
We followed the school buses in, and we got stopped here at the barricade. The school buses, of course, were let in by the school. We have not seen them come out this way, so I'm assuming they're taking kids out the other direction. You might have a better luck with seeing that with the chopper. But where we are right now, a lot of parents are stopping by, so police are navigating that, sending parents to the other location at this point, and stopping any cars that are here. So that's what you hear in the background.
Marissa, Dan Kennedy here, and thank you for your reporting this afternoon. We've now confirmed through sources that this was indeed a shooting outside of the school. You know, my initial question now is there a search for a suspect? Is there a manhunt going on? Has an arrest been made? Have you received any indication that there is an active search for somebody out there? What's it looking like?
We have not received that. I will say all of the police officers that we're seeing here on scene from Palmetto, as well as from the sheriff's office, are stationary. So we don't see anybody around the other area. They certainly could be, but what we're looking at right now is right outside the elementary school, and you can see pretty much all of those cars have not moved since we've been here. We've only been here for about 5 minutes, but we haven't seen anybody leave the scene.
Okay, Marissa, thanks.
Marissa, thank you very much. We will surely come back to you shortly. Thank you for that report. As we take another look here, I believe this camera we're seeing right now is over at Bear Creek Middle School. We have another crew, another 11Alive News crew at Bear Creek Middle, which is over in Fairburn, and it is where the Fulton County School District says students from Palmetto are set to be relocated to. You can expect to see an increased law enforcement presence over at Bear Creek as well. Anytime you talk about moving more than 500 students, particularly under these circumstances, Dan, you're going to see an enhanced first responder presence just as a precaution. Candidly, to help these students who are, some of them surely shaken up by this, feel as though they are being watched out for and protected. And we saw earlier, as we were waiting to get confirmation that this was all unfolding, saw some social media posts, not just about Palmetto, but saying, hey, what's going on over at Bear Creek? I'm seeing more activity than usual here. Mm-hmm. This is why. Yeah. The school district first responders, they were getting ready to use Bear Creek as a point to relocate the students to.
And look, great coordination between those schools, able to move students there within, well, about an hour and a half time since we understand the shooting was first reported a little after 11 o'clock this morning. And now that we know it was a shooting confirmed through law enforcement sources to 11Alive, the question becomes, did any students witness anything? Who is this victim? Is it a school employee? Is it completely unrelated to the school? Was this targeted? And of course, is there a search for the gunman at this point?
And Dan, we do have an answer to one of those questions. And again, this is, things are developing quickly for all of us, but it is a good point to remember again and to remind our audience again. The school district says no Palmetto students were involved, and they say that all students and staff are safe. So when we talk about who may be a victim in this incident, the district is confirming that students and staff, so all the kids and all the adults on campus who are part of the learning community, are safe.
That's good clarification. Yeah. So now it becomes, is this an act that had nothing to do with the school at all, that just happened to carry over to happening right outside of the doorway to the school? And as you look live at these aerial photos that our helicopter is providing, you see the school buses there picking up the students, but right on the other. And these poor kids, I mean, some of them running to get onto the bus. The threat is over, but you just can't imagine how scared some of these children are at this point. Pre-K through 5th grade, and some 500 kids now leaving Palmetto Elementary School to move on to Bear Creek Middle there on the right-hand side of your screen.
And Dan, I'm glad you pointed that out, because they would have spent the better part of the last 2 hours under a hard lockdown. This is something that they drill for. Students and staff, classrooms, practice what to do when a lockdown is called, and it is frightening. Yeah. And the reason educators say they do this is to make sure that should a legitimate threat occur on campus, that students and teachers know what to do, that it's instinct, that they can take as many precautions as possible in that moment of fear and anxiety to protect themselves as much as possible, particularly when things are unknown. That's what happened here. As we've learned more information, again, Fulton Schools confirming no students, no staff were injured. All students and staff are safe. The scene of the incident that we now know through multiple law enforcement sources confirming was a shooting outside of the Palmetto Elementary School. That happened outside the school. And if you've been with us for a little while as our helicopter continues to monitor Palmetto Elementary School, there is a blue tent and taped off area with crime scene tape that appears to be just about exactly, Dan, right outside of the front door to this. And you see it there, just the top of it. You can't see the crime scene, but that sort of pizza box shaped alcove there appears to be the main front entrance of this school. And that police scene is just, I mean, gosh, we're looking from way up overhead, but it can't be more than a couple 100 feet at most outside of those doors.
Right. And I'll tell you, while we have confirmed that this is a shooting, what we have not yet been able to confirm through our law enforcement sources is whether this is a homicide, whether this is a fatal shooting and there is a body on the ground, or whether a victim was transported to the hospital. But, Zach, I can tell you, being on a number of these scenes throughout my career, the only time a tent goes up is usually if it is to preserve the integrity of a body being on the scene, and it's for a couple reasons. If there's rain coming, then police can put it up for that reason. But also, if they know it's going to be a high-profile story like this, they're expecting the news choppers, and I imagine that tent could have gone up just to protect the dignity of the person as well.
That is typically the case, and we hope it is not here as we await confirmation on that point, but that is oftentimes how law enforcement approaches a scene like this. What we do have confirmed right now is that there was a shooting. We do not know a condition of any victim or victims. We also, as Dan, you pointed out, don't have any information right now from authorities on whether a suspect has been identified, whether a suspect is in custody. These are questions that we are going to continue to ask. Right now, we don't have an answer to that. We do have an answer. Again, we're just going to continue to repeat this because it is the number one question people are going to have as you tune in here. Fulton Schools have confirmed all students and staff are safe. We are still awaiting some information. I'm just looking at some information across my desk here now. Gabby, this dismissal time, is that a typical day or is that specifically for today? Okay. So dismissal time on a typical day, and if you're a parent or a loved one of somebody who attends Palmetto, you'll know this. Dismissal on a typical day is at 2:20 p.m. The school day starts at 7:40 a.m. Today, that dismissal time, that's going to be up in the air right now. The school district has confirmed that they are moving the students from Palmetto Elementary School, more than 500 of them, the entire student body, K through 5, I should say. More than 500 students are being moved via bus. You see them in the upper left-hand side of your screen in the helicopter shot there, over to Bear Creek Middle School, which is right in front of the shot you see on the right side of your camera here. Those students will get moved over to Bear Creek Middle School. The school district says they are relocating those kids over to Bear Creek. Then the district says more information on reunification process is going to come out as those details get firmed up, and that's how these situations unfold. The district has asked parents, loved ones, to not go to Palmetto,
right,
which is a tough ask of a loved one. Your first instinct is going to be, I got to go.
Yeah. Where is my child now? Let me get to them. But the word from the district is Bear Creek Middle is going to instead be the reunification point.
At least the relocation. You can suspect that they haven't said for sure, but if they're moving to Bear Creek, you would presume that'll also be the reunification.
And by the way, I mean, if this happened a little after 11 o'clock this morning, then the school immediately going on hard lockdown. Lunch isn't served at that point. So, I mean, look, it's minor in the grand scheme of things, but you got 500 hungry kids now hopping on a bus going to a different location. I'm assuming they're going to be in the gym there at Bear Creek or some other large area of the school, which is also housing other middle school students right now. So you're effectively doubling their population size. And at some point, you should feed these kids as well as you work to keep them calm and give them as much of a sense of normalcy as possible.
Well, and it is a frightening moment, obviously, for the students and the staff, everybody who goes to school or goes to work at Palmetto. It is also a frightening moment for everybody over at Bear Creek, too. All of a sudden, your day has taken a real turn. The impact of this reported and now confirmed to 11Alive via law enforcement sources, this shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. It appears to be the scene centered just outside these doors that appear to be the main entrance of Palmetto. Everybody over at Bear Creek now is, and we're talking about kids here too, you know, it is just a terribly frightening, unexpected shift in what is, up until that point, you know, a regular school day for all these kids and teachers. Thankfully, district saying again, all students and staff are safe.
Yeah, but it does beg the question of what exactly happened outside of the school. Who was shot outside of the school? Again, we have confirmed through law enforcement sources there was a shooting, and the very scene you're looking at right now also helps tell the story. The streets blocked off there in front of the elementary school. The school bus is lined up. Georgia State Patrol there blocking off that street as well, about to move so it can begin to let some of these school buses through, and also investigators on the other side of the school building focused outside the main entrance where it appears this shooting happened. Zach, it'll be interesting to see how much of this was potentially captured on camera. These schools almost built like a fortress at this point and very well surveilled, sadly, for incidents like this, should they ever happen. So was there a security camera pointed outside the entrance that can help investigators piece this all together? Again, we are also still at this hour waiting to learn whether there is a suspect on the loose, whether there is any kind of manhunt, or whether an arrest was quickly made.
And you'd point out the increasing efforts to boost the surveillance, the video surveillance, it's called in sort of the technical parlance, the hardening of these school campuses. Fulton County, I know I've reported on this, has been working over the last few years to enhance the security in its school vestibules, the main entranceways. You wonder, and I don't want to speculate here, but when we talked to law enforcement and Fulton County Schools Police, they made a real emphasis of trying to make it much harder for people who are not supposed to be in the building to get into the building. Mm-hmm. The idea to keep a threat, a potential threat, somebody who shows up and just it is of some concern to the first line office staff, to give them a barrier between the outside of the building and the rest of the school where the kids and the staff are, to make it harder to get in. We don't know exactly what happened here, but we do see that scene seems to have been taking place outside of the school, did not make it inside of the building, we don't think.
Right. Right. With what we know right now from law enforcement and from school officials telling us no students were harmed, this happened on campus but outside of a building, and that is indeed what the aerial images appear to show as well. So yes, when it comes to hardening the school, you can have the security cameras, you can have the weapons detection systems, but can you ever truly prevent something like this happening feet away from the main entrance? The answer probably no.
Certainly law enforcement and educators are going to work to make it as hard as possible. I want to bring you some brand new information we're just getting right now as we continue to track developments from this lockdown at Palmetto Elementary School. This is moments ago from the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department on Facebook, and I think we're pulling this up now, but I'm going to read it to you right now. This is brand new information. We're going to read it in full together here. This is the official post from the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department. They say, the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department is monitoring an ongoing law enforcement response at Palmetto Elementary School in Fulton County. Officials have confirmed that the school has been placed on a hard lockdown due to an active criminal investigation involving an incident that occurred near the school grounds Here is what is confirmed at this time. Students and staff are safe. They are currently being relocated to Bear Creek Middle School for reunification with families. The lockdown was instituted out of an abundance of caution in response to reports of a serious incident nearby. No credible information has been released confirming shots fired inside the school or injuries to students or staff. Official agencies have not verified any specifics about suspect description, weapons, or outcomes at this time. Important reminders for all residents as we continue to read this statement from the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department. They say important reminders for all students, or rather important reminders for all residents. Please avoid the area around Palmetto Elementary and Carlton Road to allow first responders and investigators to work without obstruction. Do not rely on unverified apps, third-party crime data, Dan, go ahead.
Zach, it looks like we have an urgent update from Marissa. Let's get out to Marissa Sarback. Marissa?
Okay. We're going to get to Marissa in just a moment here as she gets set up. We do start to see, I believe we're going to start to see this caravan of law enforcement begin to make its way out from the school. Marissa, if you can hear us, what are you seeing right now?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office patrol cars are moving out. You can also see Fulton County Police. We also have Palmetto Schools Police. We also have other law enforcement agencies here. I saw Georgia State Patrol. You can see all of these coming out right now. These are the buses taking the kids out from Palmetto Schools at this point over to Beaver Creek Middle School. That is where the parents will have the reunification process. So that's what you're looking at right now. I also did get an update just a few moments ago off camera from somebody with the Fulton County School District. They said that at this point there is no threat. This was an isolated incident, confirming just that it was a serious incident on school grounds on the campus, but not inside the building. No children have been hurt. They are all safe, and you are taking a live look right now at those students being transported over to Beaver Creek Middle School. Again, that is where parents can go to pick up their kids. You can see them in here. We have probably about a dozen buses moving right now with that law enforcement presence moving them forward.
We're going to stay on your shot here as we watch these buses start to make their way over to Bear Creek Middle School over in Fairburn. Marissa, I know you've been on scene for about 45 minutes or so right now. You mentioned you spoke with somebody, an official there off camera a bit ago. Have you had a chance to speak to anybody else who may be arriving, parents or school district staff, anybody who you have talked to in the last half hour or so?
The spokesperson from Fulton County Schools is the only official that we've been able to speak with. Law enforcement, actually during our last live shot, was moving us back, so they didn't want cameras as close. They wanted us out of the roadway, and now you can see why, because they're moving these Fulton County school buses with all of these hundreds of children out from Palmetto Elementary School to Beaver Creek Middle School. The other person that I did speak with, Zach, was a parent, a mother who was concerned. She lives in the area. Of course, any parent would be concerned when they get a notification like this. She told us that she received an email and came over straight away. So it looks like this is the final bus to move. So as you see there, that law enforcement presence was Georgia State Patrol. We saw Palmetto Schools, Palmetto Police.
And it looks like we just lost Marissa's shot there. I suspect it'll come back in a moment, but you can see full screen now a few buses still in the parking lot over at Palmetto Elementary School. As we just saw from Marissa's vantage point, many of those buses on their way with a law enforcement escort over to Bear Creek Middle School. Again, that is Bear Creek Middle School. That has been identified, Dan, as the point at which these students from Palmetto, they're going to be relocated over to Bear Creek. Specific details on reunification, that's going to come out a little bit later, Fulton County Schools have said, but it appears that Bear Creek is going to be the point where the reunification is going to be happening. And Marissa, I think we may have you back. It looks like from your vantage point now, has that caravan moved past you at this point? There are still some buses we can see from the helicopter in the school parking lot.
Yeah, I just looked behind me, Zach. That's it. There's no other school buses, it looks like, that are coming back this way. If there are still school buses on property, I'm going to assume they're going to stay there for a few minutes, because all of these school buses, as you could see, just left together with that law enforcement presence. We had Georgia State Patrol, we had Palmetto Schools Police, as well as Palmetto Police, as well as the Fulton County Sheriff's Office helping with that escort. So probably about a dozen cop cars surrounding all of those buses. We could see those school buses were packed with kids from Palmetto Elementary moving over to Beaver Creek. That is where we're told from a spokesperson from Fulton County Schools that parents will be reunified with their children later today. I guess it probably takes about 10 or 15 minutes for them to get there, and then those students will be released. I did just speak with somebody from Fulton County Schools, a spokesperson off camera. They said that every student is safe. There is no threat at this point. He referred to this as an isolated incident. They're calling it a serious incident, but they have not explained. I know we've been reporting from sources on 11Alive here that this was a shooting outside on property, but not in the building. It was a shooting on the front part of the building near the front door. That is what we have found out at this point. But confirmed from the school district at this point is that it was a serious incident. There is no threat to the public, no threat to these students, and all of them are at this point being safely transported over to Beaver Creek Middle School, where they'll be reunified with their parents. Zach, Dan?
Marissa Sarback, thank you very much, and emphasizing some important points. We should point out, too, Bear Creek Middle School is where the students are being relocated to. That's Bear Creek Middle School. And Marissa emphasizing the most important point that we're going to continue to emphasize here as well. It's the number one question, Dan, we know parents are going to be asking. And the answer is all students and all staff are safe.
Yep.
The school district confirms all students, all staff are safe. A lot of questions about what exactly happened outside the school. Law enforcement sources have confirmed there was a shooting. We're waiting for confirmation of the condition of any victim. And also questions about whether a suspect has been identified, whether a suspect is in custody. Those are all questions that we're going to continue to ask. Right now, those students, many, if not all of them, as Marissa pointed out, we saw a big caravan just roll out from Palmetto on its way over to Bear Creek. There are still some other buses in the parking lot at Palmetto. We wonder if there's going to be a second wave of students, perhaps, or perhaps the district just brought more buses out of an abundance of caution. Unclear. Those students, as we speak, are on their way over to Bear Creek Middle School.
Yeah, the first round of buses, perhaps a second round coming in a moment. The Chattahoochee Hills Police Department, if you're just tuning in, not ready to talk about this being a shooting, as our law enforcement sources are telling us. This is what we are looking at. It's the crime scene tape stretches across the front of that school building. And now I think you're going to probably start to see a bit of an active police investigation, get a little more active there outside the front doors. We zoomed in and saw some police cars out there, and Reams was able to zoom in and inform us that was South Fulton crime scene. There in the parking lot. So South Fulton has a presence here. In addition to Chattahoochee Hills, we've seen Georgia State Patrol. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation has told us that they have not been called in to assist yet. It's possible they will be called in at a later time, though as of this moment, the GBI not yet on scene. Some of the biggest questions we have now, yes, is there any kind of threat to the public? Is there an active search for anyone? Or is this situation over for the most part? Do they have anybody in custody for the shooting outside of this school? And on the right-hand side of your screen, Bear Creek Middle, 4.5 miles away from Palmetto Elementary School. We see those buses rounding a corner and the students getting ready to arrive at what's going to be their new home, at least for the next few hours.
And you see just how quickly they have made their way from Palmetto over to Bear Creek. You can be sure there was no traffic in front of them. No. This law enforcement caravan is going to clear the roads. That was going to be a very direct path, unobstructed path, right from Palmetto over to Bear Creek Middle School. As you see that first bus start to make its way, making a left-hand turn towards the school there. You're looking live right now at some, at least, perhaps all, of the more than 500 Palmetto Elementary School students who are right now in the process of being relocated over to Bear Creek Middle School in Fairburn. This relocation, the result of a hard lockdown earlier today, right around noon, we confirmed this, hard lockdown at Palmetto Elementary School following what law enforcement sources have confirmed was a shooting outside of the school. Students being relocated, the school district confirming that no students or staff were involved.
Right. But who that victim is, still waiting to answer that. Very curious to know if there's any kind of relation to the school. But Zach, to your point, as far as staff, students, faculty, it appears that is not the case.
And, we're going to continue, if you're continuing to join us, if you've been with us for a while, you've heard us say this. If you're just joining in, we're going to continue to emphasize that. The district confirming a while ago, all students and staff are safe. That is the number one question. But Dan, as you have been pointing out, and others, questions now about what comes next. One of the big ones is for parents and for loved ones. How and when will the reunification process go? It appears that that's going to be centered over at Bear Creek Middle School, but the district has not released specific directions on reunification at this point. As soon as they do, of course, we're going to bring that information to you. I suspect the district will also have text alerts and email alerts going out to family, as is standard at this point. But any information that we get that is confirmed, we will, of course, share as well, because I know parents are desperate to get to their kids.
Yeah, so you really have several components right now. The what's happening now, the potential reunification with the children taking place there at Bear Creek as those kids arrive, make their way inside the school, and then parents at some point today going to be giving their kids a big hug and perhaps having some tough conversations tonight. Also, the what's next for the kids. Will there be school tomorrow? Will it be at Palmetto Elementary School? We will hear from the district, I imagine, in the next few hours about how they plan to move forward. Will there be guidance counselors there tomorrow? Because while students were not physically hurt in this, there is potentially some emotional scars that come along with the crime scene being just steps away from their classrooms. And also what's next for the investigation. And I think that's really going to be picking up here in the next few moments. Now that it appears students and staff have departed from campus, more detectives can begin arriving on scene. We've seen crime scene units already stationed out there. Will homicide detectives begin arriving? That remains to be seen. But Zach, I think for the next few hours, you can count on that parking lot being taped off with the yellow crime scene tape and being inaccessible to anybody but law enforcement.
And if we can take that shot back up, I believe, yeah, here we go. This is outside of Bear Creek, correct, guys? This is outside in the vicinity of Bear Creek Middle School. You can see, you just see the concern and a close hug there, close embrace, parents and loved ones as families start to, and I shouldn't say start, I'm sure they have been making their way for some time. It is likely that law enforcement is letting more parents and loved ones into the Bear Creek area now. You start to see these loved ones congregating, and that long line of cars too that you see driving in front of this camera position sometimes. You can be sure that those are all loved ones of Palmetto students, yeah, and probably Bear Creek students too, just arriving with a lot of questions, and above all, just wanting to see their kid and give them a big hug.
It's the most important thing, and it's something every parent will get to do tonight. We are grateful to be able to report that no students were injured in this. There was a shooting outside Palmetto Elementary, but who was shot, we are still working to confirm through police, and whether there is any kind of search for a suspect at this point, we're also asking about that.
And as well, too, the reunification process. That is, it all appears to be, Dan, at Bear Creek Middle School. That is where the Palmetto students are being relocated as we're watching this happen. But the reunification after a situation like this is tightly coordinated. It is a closely controlled operation by educators and law enforcement to make sure that students are leaving the school in a way where they are accounted for, in a way where they can be sure that they are being handed off into the kind of watchful gaze and the loving arms of their parents. You know, the last thing educators want to do on a day that's already been so chaotic is lose track of someone in a situation where so much is unusual and out of the norms. So the reunification process may take some time. We're waiting for official confirmation that it's going to take place at Bear Creek. That would seem the obvious choice because students are being brought over from Palmetto to Bear Creek. As soon as we get official word on what that reunification process is going to look like, of course, we're going to bring that to you. And guys, I think at this point, we're going to take a very short break. And when we come back, we're going to continue to track every development as we are monitoring this situation following a law enforcement sources now confirmed shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School earlier today. School district confirming all students and staff are safe. Questions remain about the reunification process and if a suspect has been identified and if that suspect is in custody or not. We're going to continue to ask those questions right after the break. We continue to monitor breaking news in the southern portion of Fulton County following a shooting, now confirmed by law enforcement sources to 11Alive News, a shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. The big news right now, again, to recap, Fulton County School District confirming all students and staff are safe. Zach Merchant and Danielle Nottingham with you right now in the 11Alive Streaming Center. And Danielle, we have been following this for about the last hour and a half at this point. And as we take a look, I think perhaps on source 5 here, maybe not, yeah, we have a look at more of these school buses making their way from Palmetto Elementary School. And Reams, our producer, is pointing out these look empty. Okay, so here we are. This is outside of Palmetto Elementary School. We saw a huge convoy of school buses making their way over to the school earlier today. About 20 minutes ago or so, we saw a long caravan of them full of students move past that camera position, leaving Palmetto Elementary School, and then headed over to Bear Creek Middle School. Some more, maybe the extras seem to be making their way over now. But Danielle, this is a situation we've been following for the past 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, and it seems like there's some shots there of parents coming to pick up their children. The good news, as you've been reporting, as we've been saying, is that no students, no teachers, no one at the elementary school has been harmed. This is an incident that happened outside of the elementary school, which triggered that hard lockdown. And Zach, as you've been mentioning, for a while now, the big task here is the parents picking up the children from Beaver Creek Middle School and making sure each child is safe and accounted for during the pickup. Parents know where to go and find their children to reunite with them is a really big thing, especially when you get the shock of hearing your child's school is on lockdown.
And you know, it's so tough when we for so many reasons, when we cover situations like this. I know it is tough for law enforcement for a whole bunch of reasons as well, not the least of which, not the most impactful, but not the least of which, is that they always have to ask parents to fight against their parental instinct, you know, and you saw Fulton County Schools do this earlier today. They said the school's going to remain in hard lockdown until law enforcement clears the scene. For safety reasons, parents and community members asked not to come to Palmetto at this time. That was the word from Fulton County Schools about 90 minutes ago. Most importantly, all students and staff, the district confirms, are safe. We have our Marissa Sarback, who has been on scene for the last 90 minutes or so. Marissa joining us again. Marissa, where do things stand right now?
Well, I think we were just able to take those last few buses that were leaving live, Zach. You could see they looked pretty empty. All I could see was one student on one bus. So besides that, it looked like they were pretty cleared out. Most of those students, a few hundred of them, went out on the earlier buses. That was a caravan that was led by law enforcement. So many different agencies out there, Georgia State Patrol, Palmetto Police, they're here monitoring the roads and they've barricaded it over. So we're not able to get any closer to the school to see what's going on from the ground. I will tell you, in that last batch of buses that you just saw, there were also a couple of law enforcement vehicles. One woman, she maybe was a witness in this case because she had her window rolled down and she looked right at me and said, "I wish I could tell you what I saw." So it looked like she was heading over probably to that Beaver Creek area with law enforcement, potentially back to a police station at this point. But we're still trying to figure out exactly what happened. I know we've been reporting that there was, from our sources, a shooting outside of this school. The only thing at this point that I've been able to confirm was from Fulton County Schools. I spoke with one of their spokespeople off camera about 30 minutes ago. He says they will be providing an on-camera update. They're hopeful that police will also be providing an on-camera update. He says it is a serious incident. That's what happened. It was isolated, no threat to any students. As we know, no students, staff, anybody were harmed in this situation. So everyone is safe at this point, unless we can see from Chopper that there are more school buses on there. I think it's safe to say that all students and staff have been evacuated and teachers out of that building and brought over to Beaver Creek Middle School for that reunification process. I will also tell you, we spoke with Bear Creek, excuse me. We also spoke with some parents that were here on scene. I'd like to toss to that sound if we do have that for you for the audio.
We are still standing by.
So it doesn't sound like we have that yet. We're working to get that.
As we work to get that set up, I wonder if I can ask you this question, Marissa, if you can hear me. Can you just describe how the scene outside of Palmetto Elementary, from your vantage point, has evolved over the last hour and a half or so? It certainly looks, and just as we've been talking to you, it looks like even the police presence has drawn down significantly.
Much calmer. When we first got here, it was very chaotic. There were parents coming to try and pick up their kids, but they were not able to get to the school. As you can see, law enforcement has actually stopped everybody from going through. The only people that they were allowing through, only vehicles, were those school buses to bring the kids out, and of course other law enforcement vehicles. But they stopped all parents here. They stopped all media here, and those parents that we spoke with, it sounds like we do have that audio for you. So take a listen to this. This is one mom that I spoke with just when we just got to the scene about an hour ago.
It makes me feel better. Yeah, I do feel a little bit better.
So your next move is to go to Bear Creek?
Oh yeah, yep.
So scoot back to your truck and then
yes,
I'll
definitely.
All right. What would you want? I mean, like knowing that this happened though.
More security. This is Fulton County. I mean, even in Cobb County, more security. Like, you know, like when something like this happens, we're all blocked off. All the parents can't even get to our kids. So now I'm like nervous, you know, I can't even think straight. So yeah.
And what was your full name?
Alicia Chitoju.
How do you spell your last name?
Chittoju.
And can you spell the first name for me as well?
ALICIA.
Perfect. It's just for our banner, our graphic. I'm just kind of catching up here. How did you hear this news?
Through my email.
Your email. What did the email say, if you don't mind?
Hold on.
Sure.
She wasn't able to find that email. I think it was just a lot of fear and desperation for these parents. She couldn't find that email, but she did tell us the crux of it was that you have to come pick up your students from Bear Creek Middle School because the school was on lockdown, that all of the kids were safe. But of course, as a parent, any kind of notification like this, there's just immediate fear that takes over. They came here even though they were told they couldn't pick their kids up from Palmetto Elementary. Many of them came here. We saw them stopped by law enforcement. Zach, I know you were asking, how it's changed over the last hour or so. When we first got here, it was extremely chaotic with parents, media, everybody trying to get here, and law enforcement pushing everybody back that did not need to be on scene. But at this point, it's much calmer. All of the kids have left. We know everybody is safe at this point, and they're over at Bear Creek Middle School. So everybody's taken certainly a deep breath over here. I've only seen a couple of parents come through. Most of them at this point, it seems, have moved over to Bear Creek Middle School and have filtered over on buses, and then the kids have filtered over on buses, and parents will pick them up from there.
Our Marissa Sarback live at the scene just outside of Palmetto Elementary School. Marissa, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Zach, it was something interesting that the parents said about wanting more security. And of course, we're still waiting to figure out what exactly happened outside of the school besides the shooting, what were the circumstances around it. But you wonder if they're moving so swiftly. They've got the plan together because the security is in place, and this is exactly how it's supposed to work and what's supposed to happen when these incidents do occur. It seems the kids are okay, the faculty is okay. They got those students out of the elementary school and over to a safe location to reunite with their parents, And as a parent, you would think that, that's what you would want. And, the plan is in place.
And Danielle, absolutely true. And you get to the heart of what we're going to continue to emphasize, right? That all students and staff are safe. We're going to continue to emphasize this, especially if you're just tuning in and joining us right now. The big question at this point, when is reunification going to begin? When are parents and loved ones going to be able to start picking up their kids? Another question is, how did this all unfold? And what comes next on the investigative side of things? I believe we have our Cody Alcorn right now joining us remotely. Cody, I know you have been following this situation all afternoon. What are you learning right now?
Yeah, so Zach, obviously been following this through you guys, through sources, through social media. I actually just got off the phone a few minutes ago from a woman who commented on my Facebook page that she lives across the street from Palmetto Elementary School. She has cameras, so I reached out to her, just got off the phone with her and her son. So she was not at home, but her son was at home. He told me he heard multiple gunshots. He said more than 3. He sounded like it was rapid fire. And then he said he stepped out. He heard a vehicle storming out of that parking lot. I'm told that investigators have taken their cameras. Now, she told me that she looked through the cameras, did not see anything that they were looking for, because initially we heard this was a black in color SUV, a Denali type SUV. That was the suspect's vehicle seen leaving there. So this does show you that multiple agencies are using neighborhood cameras, ring cameras, trying to get a glimpse of this vehicle. Obviously, Palmetto Elementary has security systems, so they likely have this vehicle, but they're looking to see a direction this went, and also hopefully to pick up on a flock camera. Of course, those are the cameras throughout the city, license plate readers who can ping this vehicle and hopefully get this person in a perimeter, get this person stopped. But that's what I just heard from this woman. Again, her son was at home. He said he heard multiple shots, but their camera did not pick it up. So it was just off the distance from that camera. But she said they have been speaking with investigators about this. Now, I asked her if they told her anything else. Obviously, right now, investigators' number one priority is finding this suspect. They did tell me that there was mention that this possibly was over a child. So yes, while all the children are safe at that school, which is very fortunate this happened outside, and staff Sadly, this may involve a parent or parents of a student there at Palmetto Elementary School. Those are details we still do not know. But obviously, as you guys have been seeing the scene, sources have told me this does appear to be a homicide, which is heartbreaking to happen on this school grounds. Even though it did not happen inside the school, this is going to impact these kids who are now being bussed out. The parents are going to have a talk with them. They're going to have to understand what happened at this school. So again, while when we first initially heard this in the last hour or two that there was a shooting at this school, your first instinct is not again. But it does appear this might have been a domestic related incident outside. But nevertheless, it is still a heartbreaking situation unfolding on an elementary school property here in Fulton County.
Cody, a couple questions for you, and thank you for joining us here. You mentioned a search for a suspect. We have not, at this point, gotten, at least here in the streaming center, our desk may have, gotten official confirmation that a suspect has been identified or that a suspect is on the loose. At this point, also, we have not gotten here in the streaming studio an official confirmation that this is being treated as a homicide investigation. Can you shed a little bit more light on what you were hearing to that respect and where that's coming from?
Yeah, obviously, the number one priority for law enforcement is not to tell us anything at this point. They will try to get us those details when they can, but right now they're focusing on finding the person responsible. These are this is information I initially got from sources who reached out to me when this first started developing. What I have been told through my sources is that a suspect did pull up to the school. I do not know exactly what happened at the school. Obviously, that's what's being investigated now, but shots were fired. You heard. He mentioned that the kid told me that across the street. He heard those shots fired, and then the suspect pulled off. Initially, we were told the suspect was in a darkened color SUV, possibly a Denali. That's a GMC Cadillac type SUV. We did get a license plate number. Obviously, we have not been able to confirm that through law enforcement. Don't want to give that out, but that will help us if we do get any information of a pursuit, of an arrest, of a situation unfolding somewhere else in Metro Atlanta. We'll be able to piece this together. But at last check from my sources, there has been no indication the suspect has been captured. I don't have a name. I have a very general description. So again, law enforcement has these details. If they want us to put that out, of course, for the public to help, they will do so when they feel that's necessary. But right now, all I can tell you from my sourcing is that this did involve a male and a female. My sourcing originally told me the female was shot and was killed on the scene and the suspect left. Obviously, Zach, as you mentioned, how these situations develop, law enforcement do not always confirm this right away. We use our sourcing. My sourcing is law enforcement within Fulton County, not directly tied to Palmetto, but who are engaged in this investigation in some capacity. Obviously, as you saw, GSP is out there. They have a lot of resources to help. They have troopers out on the road everywhere. They'll be using flock cameras, of course, license plate readers. And I did talk to the GBI a little earlier. Now, they might not be called right now, but I can tell you they're likely assisting in some capacity. They have a really good comm center. They can bring in multiple resources because who knows where this suspect is. Obviously, this person's not going to stay nearby. They're trying to get out of the area. So there's a lot of investigation going on. Back channels trying to work backwards. Who is this person? Who is this victim? How are they tied together? And they're likely going to addresses tied to this individual, trying to track this person down. And I'll tell you, once they run out of those leads, that's typically when they come to us, or if they believe there is an immediate public threat. So right now, they might not believe that this probably was a targeted. When I say targeted, it only involved these two people. But again, at this point, the guy could be desperate. So right now, that's probably their number one concern, Zach, finding this person. And once they need any assistance from the public, they'll likely turn to us to get that information out.
Yeah, and Cody, from your sources, have you heard anything about there being multiple locations? Did this spill outside of that school area? Are they looking at any other places in that area that could have been affected by what happened?
From the initial point that I started getting those tips from, what I have been told, this all developed outside of the school. Now, did something else happen prior to this? Obviously, there must have been some type of situation that led to this tragic event just feet from the doors of this school. Why it was brought to this school, that is what I was trying to ask my sources. Obviously, they're not privy to some of that information, but I can tell you, when I did talk to the woman across the street who has been talking with investigators who turned her cameras over, it was indicated through that conversation that this might involve parents or a parent of a student. there's got to be some reason this happened outside the school. So again, while students are safe, as we keep saying that, this did not directly involve any students that are being, involved in the shooting. It's unfortunate this might have involved a family of a student or some capacity of that way, because there's obviously some reason this all was brought to Palmetto Elementary. There's a reason why this woman was there. So again, that's questions we'll learn in the coming hours, but my sources, again, they're not tied directly to this direct investigation. They are just in some capacity, obviously, involved in this. So those are questions we're still going to work to ask. But again, I just got wind of this around, I would say, 11:29 is when I first started getting tips about this. So we're only about 2 hours into this investigation. And as I mentioned, right now the focus is on finding the person who is responsible here for anybody else that's hurt.
All right. All right. Thank you, Cody. And Zach, we're just learning from Fulton County Schools confirming that a woman is dead. We do not know the identity of the woman. Again, we don't know the circumstances around it, but we can confirm that a woman has died in this incident.
And just a heartbreaking update that we had been watching for this news of an official source confirming whether there was what the condition of a victim in this case was. Fulton County Schools, Danielle, as you pointed out, Fulton County Schools now just confirming that one woman is dead following this shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. That matches what you just heard from our Cody Alcorn. His sources telling us a little bit earlier that there was a fatality in this case. Again, Fulton County Schools confirming one woman is dead following this shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School that triggered a hard lockdown that led to all of the students at Palmetto, more than 500 of them, being transported by bus over to Bear Creek Middle School. We should emphasize, again, Fulton County Schools confirming all students and all staff are safe. Those students have made their way now, it appears, over to Bear Creek Middle School. I believe we have our Doug Richards outside of Bear Creek Middle School now. Doug, you have been on the scene there outside of the school for some time. What are you seeing right now?
Yes, we haven't been here that long. Bear Creek Middle School is pretty active right now, although you can't see it from behind me, which is where there's a lone police car near a sort of isolated entrance, and that's the entrance where we saw all the school buses go in probably about 15 minutes ago, followed by a convoy of civilian automobiles filled with adults, may have been parents, may have been teachers. It was unclear to me. They didn't stop and chat. Over here, we have the main entrance to Bear Creek Middle School, and then adjacent to it, the main entrance to Creekside High School. This is the Bear Creek Middle School entrance, where you can see the police officers in the foreground chatting with motorists who are trying to get in, and just beyond that, as we zoom past that, there are dozens of automobiles that are either filled with adults who appear to be waiting for people to come out of the school, or were otherwise occupied by people who are expecting people to come out of the school, many of them having a lot of the sort of anxious body language that one has learned to recognize in parents who are waiting for something, probably for their children to get out of the school, although nobody here on scene has talked with us and told us exactly what is going on and what the sort of protocols are going to be when the school lets out, and how basically, as we understand it, 2 schools full of people are inside one school now as they await dismissal time, and also await potentially any contact they may have with investigators who are still trying to solve this crime at the adjacent school that we've been talking about. So,
Doug,
not a lot of people talking with us here at Bear Creek.
Kept some distance back from Bear Creek Middle School. I wonder if you can describe for us how wide of a perimeter first responders have set up, keeping everybody except parents, students, staff away from Bear Creek Middle School.
The answer is it's not a real wide perimeter. We're on the main road outside of Bear Creek Middle School, and we're right in front of the driveway that goes into and out of the school. There are police officers, probably about 2/10 of a mile down the road from us, also at another entrance. But traffic has not been stopped in front of this school. And this is sort of a more rural part of South Fulton County. So this is not a busy road. The roads around here are not, the congested roads that other parts of Fulton County have. So the road here is not busy, and the police seem to have sort of plenty of elbow room to manage the crowd and also conduct their investigations. Zach.
Our Doug Richards outside of Bear Creek Middle School, where students from Palmetto Elementary School are and now have been relocated. Doug Richards, thank you very much. We're going to come back to you in just a little bit. And Danielle, as we continue to follow this really tough situation outside of Palmetto Elementary School, the silver lining here is that students and staff all safe, as Fulton County Schools have confirmed, but one person is dead. The Fulton schools have confirmed a woman died following a shooting outside of that elementary school just earlier today.
And there's a task ahead to figure out what happened, why did that shooting happen, who does it involve? And just a moment ago, I was asking how many students go to Palmetto Elementary, because that's quite a task, hundreds of students that they have to relocate. And then the parents who are there in those cars lined up waiting to get their children.
And we saw that enormous caravan of school buses taking all those kids and presumably staff members as well over to Bear Creek Middle School a little while ago. It looks like they are all over to Bear Creek at this point. And now one of the big questions is, when will reunification begin? When can parents actually go and pick up their kids? We're still awaiting official word on that from the Fulton County School District. As soon as we have that, of course, we're going to bring that to you. I would suspect it's also going to come out via email, text message, the alert system from the school district to parents. But that's something we're watching for very closely. We're going to go now to our Marissa Sarback, who is outside of Palmetto Elementary School. It looks like in a slightly different position than where you were the last time we checked in with you, Marissa.
Yes, Zach, Danielle. So we've probably moved about 500 feet closer to the school. We're standing directly in front of it at this point. Law enforcement had set up a barricade system in the back over on the road so that we couldn't get through. They weren't allowing parents through. They weren't allowing media through. The only buses that they were allowing through were to pick up kids, and the only other vehicles were other law enforcement vehicles. So now, Danielle, they're trying to answer those questions that you were asking of what happened here, why did this happen, who was killed. This crime scene is now right in front of the school, and we're on the side here as well. So you can see to the left-hand side here, these are some of the investigators that are piecing together what happened with some of the officials from Fulton County Schools. And then if we can pan all the way to the right, you can see there is some crime scene tape that's hanging from those trees. And I don't know if you can see all the way in the back there, but you can also get a small glimpse of some crime scene tape that's up there as well. That is actually the front of the school. So an official spokesperson from Fulton County Schools told me that that is where the incident happened. He was able to confirm to me just about 5 minutes ago off camera that this was a shooting outside of the building, but on school property. So right outside there where that crime scene tape is, that is where a shooting occurred. It was an adult female. We do know she has died. We were looking for more information, but at this point, that's pretty much all Fulton County Schools were able to give us for the investigation. We have to wait to be briefed by law enforcement. There's many agencies here on scene, including Georgia State Patrol, Palmetto Police, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, there's so many agencies here on scene that are working to do this investigation and try and piece together exactly what happened. So those are the agencies that will be able to give us an update on exactly what happened here. I did ask the school spokesperson if there was somebody outstanding, a suspect, anybody that they needed to get. He says they're not able to comment on that. All that he can say at this point is there is no threat for the school and no threat for the students, teachers, and staff. Of course, about an hour and a half ago, we saw those buses moving out. So we do know that evacuation is complete. He said there are no more students, teachers, or staff here at this school. So nobody left at Palmetto Elementary besides the crime scene investigators you see behind me and some of those school officials that are working with law enforcement on this. But everybody else at this point has been moved over to Bear Creek Middle School. Again, no threat, an isolated incident is what they said at the school, but we're not able to confirm whether or not there is a suspect on the loose in that shooting where the adult female has died. Zach, Danielle?
And Marissa, if you, and I think you can still hear us, a question for you now that you've moved vantage points a little bit. From the helicopter, it looked to us like the investigative focus was just outside of the front door to the school. From where you are right now, can you confirm that?
Absolutely. That is what we just received confirmation from somebody from Fulton County Schools. He said that incident, that shooting of the adult female was just outside the front door of the school. I do want to pan one more time to show you. So we're on the side entrance right now. Over on the right-hand side of our shot, that is the front entrance. So it's a little bit blocked here. As you can see, the driveway wraps around, but that is where the shooting went down. You can see some of the crime scene tape is still there. Some of it's been broken down. You can see it kind of hanging from one of those trees. On the left-hand side, there's other crime scene tape over on a telephone pole on the right-hand side, and then there is some more back. But that front parking lot there, right outside the front of that school, that is the area where this, where law enforcement is telling us, or excuse me, where the Fulton County school spokespeople are telling us this shooting occurred. So it is on school property, is on school grounds. It's past the gates here, past the fences, but it was not in the school. It was not inside any of the buildings here. It was just out front of the building.
Marissa Sarback, thank you for that update, and we know you're going to stay on top of this. We will check back in with you in just a little bit. Danielle, an important update from Marissa, giving us another vantage point on the ground there, that this does appear to be centered right outside of that front door. And you imagine being a student, being a staff member at school around probably 11 o'clock or so today. Still not a lot of details on what led up to this fatal encounter, but we do know now that it took place right outside of the front door.
That's kind of taking me away right now. What a scary scene. And at 11 o'clock, kids could still be moving through the hallway, around the property. But also the fact that the school is empty now, the kids, staff, they have been removed, what Marissa was reporting to us. And as we see right now, the big task is getting everyone reunited over at Bear Creek Middle School. We saw the cars lined up. People are ready to pick up their children. So it'd be curious, how long is that going to take? And what do you have to do that? Identification.
Yeah, and it's a task,
security,
right?
It's a task.
Lots of kids, more than 500 of them, over in a different school building. You are seeing live pictures right now. Our camera just panned away from it, but it did look for a moment like some vehicles may be leaving Bear Creek Middle School here. That's just going off of what we're seeing here. Yeah. That's not confirmed. Our producer, Reams, is indicating something to me here. Reams? Okay, this is Doug Richards talking to apparently a loved one or a parent here. Let's listen in.
Child here, or 2 children?
Yeah, 2 students, yes.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Are you concerned about what happened?
To be honest, I don't even know what happened. I was just coming to pick them up early.
And you ran into this
And I
crowd?
ran into this, yeah. It's never like this, so I don't even know what's going on.
So you're picking up middle school kids?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Not realizing that a whole elementary school just relocated here?
What? No.
Okay. Yeah, there was a shooting at Palmetto Elementary. That's the.
Oh, wow.
So that's why there's so many people here.
Okay. So they're.
And you can see from that conversation we were just listening into between our Doug Richards and presumably a parent here at either Palmetto or Bear Creek Middle School, an emphasis of just how chaotic these situations can be, Danielle. It is a moment where a lot of information is flying. Different people are picking up different bits of information. Social media is putting different kinds of things out. And it's part of the reason why we take our time here to make sure that when we are bringing you information, it is information that we have fully vetted and confirmed by official sources that would know what they're talking about. Because I've seen some kind of crazy rumors flying around on social media here too. The big news we're going to continue to emphasize: all students and staff are safe, according to Fulton County Schools.
And they're
reunification.
Reunification. And to go back to the point, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't specifically seen that alert, but you can imagine the school district, when they're alerting parents to come, they're saying it's a lockdown, they're saying it's emergency. They don't have all the facts right away. They don't know everything that happened. So it's understandable, the woman that Doug was just interviewing, just being surprised by hearing what happened, because they probably were only told, come get your children. It's an emergency.
And you do see up on your screen now the initial statement from Fulton County Schools. This came out around, I want to say about 12:10. I'm looking back at my notes here. Yeah, about 12:10 this afternoon. So just after noon here. And this was the initial statement we got. We'll read through the top line here again. This was earlier today, the school district saying, Palmetto Elementary School currently under a hard lockdown due to an active criminal investigation taking place outside the school. No Palmetto Elementary students are involved. All students and staff are safe. A question of whether the hard lockdown is still in place, and it's probably a technical question because it appears that Palmetto has effectively been emptied out of students and staff. The only folks that appear to be left on scene, at least the majority of them, are law enforcement, first responders, and investigators, as Marissa was showing us, who are beginning the task of investigating what happened here, how this all unfolded, leading tragically to the death of a woman outside of the front door to that school. We do have one more piece of a little bit of new information here as we continue to work to bring you the very latest confirmed information that we have. Danielle, you and I have been talking about this question. I know is on a lot of parents' minds. What is the reunification process going to look like? This is an update from the Fulton County Schools, a spokesperson that was relayed to us by our Marissa Sarback just a little bit ago. The school district saying investigation remains active and ongoing. We know that from watching here. But the school district also saying that details on reunification with students are being communicated directly to parents. So if you are a parent or a loved one, I'm sure you already are, but you want to be keeping a close eye on your phone, your text messages, your voicemail box, because sometimes it's an automated call, and your email inbox for those directions. And of course, as soon as we get them, we're going to relay that to you as well.
Yeah, and it's also important to be patient. There's hundreds of students that have to be reunited with parents, loved ones, and of course, from what we're hearing from law enforcement, from school officials, this is an ongoing investigation. So this incident has ended at the elementary school, but we still don't know the circumstances around what happened with that shooting. If they're still looking for a suspect, if faculty members were involved, if a student's family was involved. So there's still a lot of questions out there, and I'm sure they're working their hardest to get everyone back with their children right away so they can be on their way. But I think right now, as we can see from that scene, patience is really important right now.
And that is what school districts and first responders typically ask for in these moments, and it's such a tough ask because you're asking parents to hold back their absolutely understandable parental instinct to get to their kid as quickly as possible. In that initial statement from the Fulton School District about an hour and a half ago now, that's exactly what they asked for. They said the school is going to remain in hard lockdown until law enforcement clears the scene, and for safety reasons, parents and community members asked not to come to the school at this time. That was a while ago, and that was the school district talking about Palmetto. Danielle, it looks like you're looking at something that just came across your desk here.
Yes, this is coming from Marissa, who is out at Palmetto Elementary. They're asking them to turn the cameras away from the front of the building. So again, just more evidence that there is an active investigation still going on at the elementary school. The kids are removed, but of course, as we know, this is still a crime scene. A woman was killed there today in a shooting. So obviously, law enforcement, they're still out there doing their work. But the most important thing was definitely to get those children to safety and get them reunited with their parents so they would be out of the way of the scene. And I'm sorry, I'm still reading as the info, and that's what's happening here. The information is coming in here minute by minute. We've been at this for a couple of hours, and of course, we're getting small updates here and there. But the big thing here is that scene has been cleared. They're telling us that the children are safe, their faculty is safe, from what we know, and they're just working on that massive reunification at Bear Creek Middle School, and parents are asked to go directly there. Do not go to Palmetto to try to pick up your children. Go straight to the middle school.
And we're going to be with you for as long as this takes. We've been following along with this frightening situation outside of Palmetto Elementary School from the very beginning. We've been following along with it right alongside you. We're not going anywhere. And we're going to continue, as Danielle has pointed out. New information is coming across our desk as well. It's coming across our assignment desk and a whole big staff inside of our newsroom that is working as we speak right now to make sure not only that we're getting information in, but we are confirming that information to make sure that what we are sharing with you is real, especially in a moment like this. That's our job every day, but especially in a moment like this when it is frightening and chaotic and confusing. All you got to do is go on Twitter or Facebook, and you're going to see, and you saw Chattahoochee Hills Police reference this in their official post. They said, don't run with the social media chatter. You're going to see all sorts of stuff there. It is our job to make sure that we're talking to official sources who know what they're talking about and can deliver the real information that you need to make decisions and to help you get reunited with your kids, and that's what we're going to continue to do. The update right now is that just a little bit ago, about 15 minutes ago, a Fulton County school spokesperson speaking with our Marissa Sarback, or at least Marissa has relayed that information. It may have come in an email to her, but the Fulton County schools are saying reunification instructions are being sent directly to parents, and it appears that reunification point is going to be over at Bear Creek Middle, where we watched not long ago that caravan of buses take all of those students from Palmetto over to Fairburn, over to Bear Creek Middle, and you've got to imagine, Danielle, just what a frightening ride that was for, of course, the staff there, and of course, the students too.
Yeah, and the line of cars we saw and the parents we saw coming out of the car, some of them looked like they might have just hopped out of the house once they got word.
Sure, I'm sure they did.
You know, had on whatever they had on to race out to get their children. We're also waiting, usually in these situations, as you know, Zach, there is a media staging area, and they usually, officials update the reporters, update the public on what's happening there. So we are waiting on word to see when we'll hear some official word from Fulton County schools or police officials who are out there on the scene who can, give us an update on what's going on here.
And there are going to be a lot of questions about the investigative side of this incident. What we do know at this point, one woman has been killed in a shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. That shooting, as our helicopter aerials suggested and our Marissa Sarback on the ground confirmed, taking place right outside of the front door of this elementary school sometime earlier today. It looks like in about the 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock window. That's a little bit of a loose window, but that all indications seem to suggest that's around when this took place. We don't know at this point the identity of the woman who was killed. We don't know whether a suspect has been identified. At this point, law enforcement has at the very least not publicly identified a suspect. We also do not know if a suspect is in custody or not. And we don't know what led up to this. So those are all the questions that are coming into sharper focus now as this threat to students we know is over. We know they are safe. We know staff is safe. These questions about how did we get here and what comes next, those are coming more front of mind. And of course the question too, specifics on reunification. We're going to continue to stay on top of that.
Yeah, we know the students aren't at the elementary school anymore, but just trying to see, have they left, has any parents and students left from the relocation point, or reunification point, I should say, at Bear Creek Middle School. But again, we don't know how wide out authorities are looking to, if this involved more than one location, where a suspect is, and obviously the victim one who may have been inside that school.
We're going to stay on top of all of this for as long as it takes. We're going to be right there next to you. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back into the 11Alive Plus streaming center. It's 2:01 in the East Coast. Zach Merchant and Danielle Nottingham with you as we continue to follow. We're now about 2 hours into the situation, a frightening situation outside of Palmetto Elementary School in the southern portion of Fulton County. Earlier today, a lockdown was triggered, a hard lockdown, following what we now know was a fatal shooting of a woman outside of Palmetto Elementary School, and appears to have occurred right outside of the front door. The school district confirming all students and staff are safe. The students have since been relocated by bus from Palmetto Elementary School over to Bear Creek Middle School. We are awaiting more details on how parental unification, the reunification process, is going to play out. These tend to be pretty tightly controlled maneuvers by school district authorities and first responders, understandably, to make sure that all the kids who are now in a different place than normal get safely into the hands of their loved ones. Danielle, still questions. We know that a woman has been killed. Still a lot of questions, though, about the investigative side of this ongoing situation we've been following today.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out if authorities are looking for a suspect. Have they caught a suspect? Who is the suspect? We certainly don't know yet the identity of the woman who was if anyone related to this incident is related or has some kind of connection with anyone who worked inside the school, if it was a student related to a student. So we're still waiting to get official word from the authorities on the ground there about exactly what happened. But keep in mind, as we're talking about, students being evacuated from Palmetto Elementary and taken over to Bear Creek, this is hundreds of students. And so they've got a pretty big undertaking for this afternoon for that reunification. And of course, they're asking parents, everyone for their patience, of course, but do not go to Palmetto Elementary. Don't go to figure out what happened. Go straight to Bear Creek Middle School to reunite with your child if you have a student to pick up, as investigators are still working the scene at the elementary school at this hour.
And the school district, in a new update relayed by our Marissa Sarback at about 1:40 or so this afternoon, so about 20 minutes ago, the district saying that specific reunification instructions are going to be communicated directly to parents. So we're going to continue to emphasize that. If you are a parent, if you are a loved one, be watching your phone for specific directions. And of course, when we get that, we're going to share that with you as well. But you're right, Danielle. Early in this kind of situation, the focus, of course, is on, and understandably and rightly, the safety of the students, the safety of the staff, the safety of everybody on campus. That is the first order priority of first responders, law enforcement, when they are responding to campus police officers. If there were school resource officers on campus, we don't know. Now that we know that the students and staff are safe, there's going to be more focus on this investigative component. And we talked to our Cody Alcorn earlier today, and his expertise and his sourcing within law enforcement communities. He pointed out that if a suspect is not in custody right now, it is going to be a question of how wide of a net does law enforcement cast? Do they have information that could ID the suspect? Has there been any video surveillance footage from outside of the school that might help ID the suspect or a vehicle there might be in? If you have a license plate, you can put that into the flock cameras along many of Georgia's interstates, highways, and increasingly just regular roads that can help law enforcement identify a suspect vehicle. These are all questions that we are still awaiting answers to at this early juncture, Danielle, as we are looking a little bit into the past here. On screen, you see our helicopter from earlier today circling above Palmetto Elementary School. If you look just in the bottom left, and the tree line's just going to obscure it now, but if you look at that alcove there, it's almost a pizza box corner alcove. That's the front main entrance. We just lost it there. But that was the front main entrance of the school building. You see it again, and you see some crime scene tape up. There it is, the front main entrance. There was a crime scene tent put up just outside of that front door. It is our understanding that that's where this investigation is concentrated right now.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, we've seen incidents like these over the years. And one thing I'd be curious to ask whenever we get a chance with our reporters in the field, or if we're able to hear, is to talk to the school district about what they can share about their security plans. It seems from Zach, what you guys were reporting earlier, they had a plan in place to get those kids out and to get them somewhere safe. And it always makes me, curious about when we keep seeing incidents like this, and if they keep refining how they respond to them. But the big question is going to be, how did someone with a gun get that close to the front door of an elementary school?
And that is a question that, unfortunately, it continues to be asked.
Yeah.
Just yesterday, we were here and we were covering a reported shooting inside of a Montgomery County, Maryland school just yesterday. These questions of school safety, how to keep students safe. Tragically, just a couple years ago, in the start of the school year in 2024, we saw the Appalachian High School shooting in Barrow County. A very different circumstance than this one. Appalachia was an active shooter with multiple fatalities, multiple injuries. This situation appears to have been a situation, as authorities have confirmed to us, of a shooting outside of the school, but it still raises these questions, especially if you're a parent. You know, you drop your kid off at school, you expect them to be safe, and in a safe environment, you see a situation where there is gunfire outside the front door, understandably very frightening. And you point as well, Fulton schools, other school districts around the state have been working to increase security inside their district. I know I've done some reporting in the last couple of years on efforts inside the Fulton County School District to make it more difficult to get into the schools if you're somebody who may pose a threat. Sometimes, double doors, bullet-resistant doors were being installed. Just ways to, school districts leaders say, keep any possible threat outside the school. We don't know in this case if somebody tried to get in or not, but at least it was outside of the building.
Yeah.
I think we have our Doug Richards live right now. Let us go out to Doug now. Doug, you're outside of Bear Creek Middle School. You've been there for a little while now. Are you starting to see parents reunite with their kids?
As a matter of fact, we are a little bit. We know that there is a line of automobiles that is snaking down the road and into the back of the school in order to do pickups of children who were at Palmetto Elementary. We talked with the aunt and a fourth grader who had just gotten released. The aunt was obviously very excited and a little unnerved by what happened, and by the fact that she was able to actually pick up the kids and see them safe and sound and mostly unaffected and well fed. They all had snacks in their hands. But when we talked with a fourth grader who said that he was in Palmetto Elementary School at the time, he said that a sort of a quiet alarm sort of got sounded, where causing the teacher to turn off the lights in the classroom, causing the teacher to urge the children to get into a corner of the classroom and to basically assume what I know is at least was part of an active shooter protocol, in addition to, perhaps other safety protocols that also take place. He said that he did not hear any gunshots at all, however, and that eventually the active sort of emergency situation in the classroom subsided as the administrators began to realize that they needed that there was still an ongoing situation, but the children were not in immediate danger. So anyway, that was the start of the process that eventually led those children to get put on school buses and brought over here to Bear Creek Middle School, where parents have been picking them up for about the last 20 minutes or so. Mostly we're not seeing them come out on foot, but we did see the child I'm talking about and their aunt, his aunt, also come out of the front over here. But in the meantime, you've got, as we just go past me here, dozens of cars that are in line to go around to the back of the school. And the irony for them, of course, is that probably the people in the back of the line were the people who were first here. And they're probably the last ones that are actually going to get to pick up their children once they're able to snake through the back of the property and pick their children up, Zach.
Doug, you said, if I heard you right, you spoke with a fourth grader who was inside of Palmetto. Did you, surely that was a terribly frightening thing to go through. Did you get a sense from this fourth grader that this is the kind of thing that they try to prepare for with these active shooter drills? I don't want to say did it seem to them like something commonplace, because surely it wasn't, but
well,
they try to prepare for?
I think it was familiar to, yeah, the child sort of described the response as if it was something that was sort of common to him and known to him. And so, you know, I mean, we know that schools are doing active shooter drills. They frequently don't necessarily come home and tell their parents about it even anymore, because those protocols are kind of commonplace now in public schools and private schools probably for that matter. And so, yes, the answer is this child knew what was happening when the teacher turned off the lights and ordered them to go into a back corner of the room away from the door.
And Doug, this is Danielle here. Just a question about the scene. I know that they're keeping reporters back a little bit, but you've been able to talk to some people. How is this process look? Does it look like it's going smoothly? Is it chaotic? Are parents coming in terrified, afraid? What's kind of the mood on the ground where you are?
You know, it varies widely. I've heard some parents say that they never really got any kind of formal notification. Did talk to one parent who said, yes, we did get a notification and that's why I'm here. So there seems to be a varied sort of sense of how much information the school system actually gave to parents while this was taking place. And as a result, you know, there are various levels also of sort of disbelief and anger to some extent, and you know, and relief obviously that nobody's hurt. Relief when you know, the niece that the aunt that I described a few minutes ago, you know, saw these 3 children that she was here to pick up. So, but I am hearing a number of stories from folks who didn't feel like they were looped in sort of the time frame that they might have expected to have been following an incident like this. And of course you say that recognizing that the school system itself is also trying to make sense of what's happening in real time and trying to notify parents as quickly as they can based on what information they have also in real time. So if it sounded a little chaotic, it's not surprising that it's chaotic, knowing what I know both as, you know, as a guy who covers public schools and as a parent of children in public schools, that, you know, they learn things and they tell parents when they can, and sometimes the information is incomplete. I myself sometimes have that problem when I'm communicating news events. So. Yeah, this is actually going pretty smoothly, considering all those circumstances, Zach and Danielle.
Well, Doug, we appreciate you communicating with us throughout this day. And one last question for you. As you monitor this exit point from Bear Creek Middle School, do you have a sense of how long it is taking and how long it may take to complete this reunification process?
Well, why don't we all scan this together? I'm going to step out of the way here, and Hunter is going to zoom in, and when he does, you will see within my eye shot about 3 dozen cars that are lined up, and then in addition to the cars that are going in and out past the cars that are lined up. And then as we pull back out and then pan over possibly to the left, you would also see another 15 cars just within eyeshot, and then more cars that are out of eyeshot that are going to the back of the building. And the back of the building is probably a good quarter mile from here. And so my answer to your question is it's taken a long time. This is not a normal pickup for parents at this school. First, because they're not at their own school. Second, the school buses that might normally pick them up, we've not seen a parade of school buses coming in here to pick up elementary school children. It appears that it is up to the parents to pick up their elementary school children at this particular middle school, at least at the moment.
Our Doug Richards,
right?
monitoring
they may be
reunification
pulling that together.
Of students from Palmetto Elementary School who have been bused over to Bear Creek Middle School, and we presume also parents of students at Bear Creek themselves following this shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. Doug, we appreciate it. We're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Zach Merchant and Danielle Nottingham with you now as we approach 2:20 in the afternoon. Let's get you recapped, if you're just joining us, on what we have been following today. Around noon, confirmed by the Fulton County School District, an incident caused a lockdown outside of Palmetto Elementary School. It's in the southern portion of Fulton County, about 500, give or take, students in that student body. We subsequently learned and was confirmed by Fulton County authorities that one person was shot and killed, a woman, outside of the school. Fulton County school officials confirming that all students and staff are safe. They have been relocated via a long caravan with a police escort of buses over to Bear Creek Middle School, where you just saw Doug Richards, where the relocation and reunification process is underway. Still questions, Danielle, and a lot of questions that we're waiting for firm confirmation on about the investigative side of this, who this person was, who was killed, and a lot of subsequent questions there too.
Especially a shooting happening right outside of the elementary school. And as our Marissa Sarback was reporting from the ground there at Palmetto Elementary, she was saying this happened like right in front of the school, on school grounds. So a big question is, how did someone get there with a gun? What's in place there? And are they related, or how are they connected to anyone who was inside or outside of that school at the time? And Zach, what we just heard from Doug Richards, some of the words that he used, which I can completely understand with parents, relief. He's out there with the reunification of parents and students, and he said some are relieved, some are a bit confused. They might not have had all of the information about what was going on, but for the most part, things out there have been going smoothly. It's been orderly, and authorities are asking, if you're a parent, if you're a loved one, if you're a guardian, and you have a child to pick up from Palmetto Elementary, to go straight to Bear Creek, where they are right now. Do not go to the elementary school. Of course, right now, as was confirmed, it's a crime scene. But again, the good news here, the students are safe, and they're just working right now on getting everyone back with their families safely and back home. And that process may take a while. So they're also asking for patience at this time, and the updates on what's going on, it's going to come from Fulton County schools, they say, to the parents directly. So right now, Zach, we're waiting to get some more information from authorities on the ground there. Hopefully they'll set up a time when they'll speak to reporters who are out there, so we can get some more answers to the questions we have about what happened today.
And questions I'm sure that you have as well as you're watching along. And these are questions that will get asked. These are questions we will get answers to. Law enforcement, first responders, the educators inside the both Palmetto Elementary, Bear Creek Middle, the Fulton School District, juggling a lot today. And we're going to continue to follow this throughout the day. Good news, all students and staff are safe, and we just continue. We saw that shot earlier today of, it looked like a parent or a loved one just giving a big hug to another parent who had pulled up on the scene outside of Bear Creek Middle maybe 30, 45 minutes ago, and you could just see the emotion that you recognize in an instant in their eyes, just the fear and the unknown that any parent, any loved one would feel getting this news about your child's school. Thankfully, all those students and staff are safe. We're going to continue to follow all of this right alongside you. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll be right back with much more in just a moment. Welcome back into the 11Alive Plus Streaming Center. We are just shy of 2:30 on the East Coast here as we have been following for the better part of the last 2.5 hours a developing situation and a frightening situation outside of Palmetto Elementary School. It's in the southern portion of Fulton County. Earlier today, the school district, the Fulton County School District, confirmed that school was placed on what they described as a hard lockdown. We subsequently learned that that was because of a fatal shooting that took place outside of the school. One woman was killed. The district confirming that all students and all staff were safe. The students were subsequently taken by bus in a large caravan escorted by first responders over to Bear Creek Middle School, about a 10-15 minute drive away. Bear Creek is in Fairburn. Reunification, from what we can see from our camera positions on the ground, is underway. The district has said that specific reunification instructions would be sent directly to parents. You see this live picture right now outside of Bear Creek Middle School on your screen, and this is what we have been watching for the better part of the last half hour at least. This long line of parents and loved ones making their way to Bear Creek and making their way out of Bear Creek, working to pick up their students after a very frightening day. Again, Fulton County Schools confirming all students and staff are safe. Still a lot of questions about the investigative side of this situation. We have now confirmed, authorities have confirmed that, like we said, one woman is dead. We do not know if a suspect has been identified, at least publicly. Law enforcement has not identified a suspect. We do not know if a suspect is in custody or not. We do not know what sort of circumstances led up to this shooting that took place, what appears to be right outside of the front door of Palmetto Elementary School. We're now about 2.5 hours into our coverage of this situation, and we still have not yet heard on camera from school district leaders or law enforcement leaders. We continue to ask questions about what's going on. We've received some emailed and written and off-camera statements, but we are awaiting, hopefully, a briefing at some point from authorities to resolve some of these questions. But it is a chaotic day for all involved. Law enforcement's first priority is making sure those students are safe. The school district's first priority as well. District confirming once again, all students and staff are safe. Now is the time that the investigative component starts to come into more clear focus. Our Marissa Sarback, who is outside of Palmetto, saw investigators in the parking lot. They've been there for several hours, and you can be sure that they will continue to process that scene. We're going to continue to follow all the updates on this situation that unfolded earlier today outside of Palmetto Elementary School. And again, to recap, most importantly, all students and all staff are safe. We're going to bring you every development, every new development as it comes in to our newsroom throughout the afternoon. We are going to turn now, as reunification is well underway over at Bear Creek, we're going to turn now to a look at the forecast. This is our Melissa Nord.
So bright sunshine to start the day today. The clouds are now building back into North Georgia, but despite those clouds increasing, it is a nice mild day on tap for us. We're going to see temperatures today climbing up into the 70s, and we'll even keep some of that milder air around as we move forward into Wednesday in the 60s. But rain showers also moving back into play tonight in through Wednesday. So that will be our next chance of rain. You can see those clouds streaming in from our west, rain showers there. Also a little front coming in from the north. So that'll bring in about 1/4 of an inch or so of rainfall to much of North Georgia. Nuisance category though. So this afternoon though, the clouds, that's the big weather story along with those mild temperatures. We're currently already sitting above 60 degrees and we'll see those numbers climbing up to the 70s this afternoon. Partly sunny to at times mostly cloudy by the end of the day. We'll see sunshine filtering through those clouds, but the clouds will certainly keep thickening up as we push closer to sunset this evening. Then we will see those rain showers moving in after midnight tonight. So temperatures today more than a dozen degrees above average this time of year. We average 57. We'll be up to about 71. Couple spots closer to the mid 70s out there. Even the North Georgia mountains, that cooler air gets scoured out as we move into the afternoon today, and that will push those temperatures up into the mid and upper 60s. Here's a forecast track showing those clouds streaming in. Now, I know we see on that forecast track a few hints of green. I don't think any of that's going to reach the ground. It is a mostly cloudy, mild afternoon, pushing 70 degrees. Those clouds thicken up overnight, and you can see after midnight, rain showers starting to come back into North Georgia. These rain showers will be in that nuisance category of impact. We're talking about light rain showers. Some of that rain could be a little bit steady first thing tomorrow morning, but I don't expect heavy rainfall. I don't expect big thunderstorms on the way for tomorrow. With this current setup, it's not a very robust or strong system moving through. So those rain showers start to move in overnight tonight. Here 7:30 tomorrow. Wet roadways for your morning commute, especially north of I-20. That rain keeps pushing through during the day. We still have a few showers around at midday, and then we'll see those rain showers clearing out by the end of Wednesday afternoon. Bright sunshine is moving back in as we push towards your Thursday. So we'll see a little bit of a temperature cool down behind that front, but not frigid cold. So the first system coming in here tomorrow is going to bring on average about 1/4 inch of rain to the metro. A few spots could see more than that across far North Georgia, or I expect rain showers to start earlier overnight tonight and last into tomorrow morning's commute. Rain may not fully reach some of these areas south of I-20 as early tomorrow morning, so you may not see as many rain showers moving through. Then we get to the end of the week, and there is more rain coming in over the weekend. You can see about another inch to inch and a half on top of what we get on Wednesday. That will be coming into play with a stronger weather system for the weekend. Here it is on forecast track. Friday, high pressure, but that'll bring us an east wind, cooling our temperatures down a bit. We'll see that rain moving into the west. As we get towards Saturday, a couple of those showers could start to stream in here. Better, more widespread rain comes in on Sunday. As long as our temperatures are cool enough, our main threat this weekend would be locally heavy rainfall. Assuming that this low stays far enough south of us and the temperatures stay cool enough, the risk of thunderstorm activity would stay south of our region. But if we see this low pushing a little further north, warming our temperatures into the 60s, we could see a few thunderstorms embedded within that system as well. So that'll be coming in for Sunday. Rain chance 40% for Wednesday. We are dry Thursday. Very slight chance of a shower there on Friday. Saturday, 30% rain chance. That rain chance will go up to 70% for Sunday. So high temperatures still in the 60s after reaching near 70 today. We're cooling off a little bit with that east breeze at the end of the week, and then by Sunday, high temperature of 61. And behind that weather system, we may not see a significant cold snap coming in as we push towards that third week of February. 6 to 10 day temperature outlook. A lot of warm temperatures. We've got them likely above average. So for today, increasing clouds the rest of the afternoon. We're running in the low 70s for high temperatures and some upper 60s. 60s will be a lot more prevalent across the North Georgia mountains. Tonight, rain showers are moving in, and with all the clouds, it's going to act like a blanket, so it's not as cold first thing tomorrow morning. We'll be stepping outside in the mid-50s, but the roads will be wet and damp for you. Meteorologist Ted McNeil will be tracking that rain on live radar on 11Alive and on 11Alive Plus right here as we head throughout your morning commute. You can see on the 7-day forecast, we've got temperatures this weekend, 50s to start, low 60s with higher rain chances for Sunday.
That is our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, with a look at our forecast. And one profession that is always paying close attention to the weather are pilots. And there are soon going to be more of them, more helicopter pilots in particular, servicing Metro Atlanta. We're going to go now live to Dr. Philip Kuhl with the WellStar Group, I believe out of, Dr. Kuhl, out of the Augusta facility for WellStar. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for WellStar MCG.
Dr. Kuhl, I hate to say this, I think we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Let me ask you that first question again, and forgive me if I couldn't hear it. But you're out of WellStar's Augusta facility, correct?
That's correct. I'm the chief medical officer out of WellStar MCG in Augusta, Georgia, but we base the program out of Augusta, but we're adding a base in Griffin, Georgia, to be able to serve the Metro Atlanta area and our WellStar facilities in the Metro Atlanta area, as well as a good portion of the state of Georgia and other states.
My thunder there a little bit, but I'm glad you did, because this is a program that WellStar continues to expand. Can you just describe for people who maybe, thankfully, have not had to see a loved one need the services of an air ambulance? Can you just describe what an impact those air ambulance crews make to people who are in life or death situations?
Yeah, whether it is a patient that's in an outlying facility, say, for example, in rural Georgia, or a patient that is has a wreck on I-75, right? The time to definitive care and the very specialized care that we can provide at our WellStar facilities in the Metro Atlanta area, as well as that is in Augusta at WellStar MCG, the time to get to those definitive resources and to those facilities is absolutely critical. And so the expert care that we're able to bring to the patient, whether that is on the side of the road or at an outlying facility, and then provide that incredibly high level of care en route to those the definitive care facilities is absolutely important. So our crews do an incredible job of providing that care in flight. They're highly trained, and unlike other helicopters, ours is actually different in that we're able to deliver some very highly specialized care while in flight.
And Doctor, it is no secret that Georgia is a big state. More than 150 counties. We have a broad mix of very urban and very rural and everything in between kind of geography in our state. There can easily be situations where people are just far away from care. Your program has been expanding access for people, not just here in Metro Atlanta, but through Western Georgia as well, to get quick access to the care they need.
Yeah, as you know, in Georgia, and like you said, Georgia is very unique. We have our high levels of care in the cities, and then unfortunately our rural healthcare system is really suffering. And a good portion of the state does not have the same access to care. And so part about air care that's a wonderful thing is that this helps to bring those resources to those rural areas where it's really needed, and then also then transport that patient to those facilities when appropriate and provide that high level of care. So it helps to bridge that gap with what's going on in rural healthcare in Georgia and those areas that don't have the expertise that we have at our facilities, whether those are in the Metro Atlanta area or in the Augusta area. And so Air Care does a great job of bridging that, along with some other strategies that we're using, like telemedicine, to provide that expertise in those facilities, and then transport them via Air Care when appropriate.
And Doctor, you alluded to this earlier, but I know that the idea of the golden hour is a sort of bedrock principle of trauma care. The idea being, if you can get somebody who is in need of serious trauma treatment to a treatment facility within an hour, their prospects for a positive recovery are substantially increased. One, correct me if I have that wrong, because you're the doctor here. And two, tell us just about,
absolutely correct.
And it really is. It's a question of minutes. I think it was developed at Shock Trauma in Baltimore. We, unfortunately, as a state, we see more than our share of trauma calls as well all across the state. Just how much of a time difference does it make when somebody is in a moment where seconds really matter to be able to get a helicopter? Sometimes, I mean, they'll land right on the highway and take a patient away as opposed to having to wait for an ambulance on the ground.
That's right. So speed matters, right? So the getting to definitive care and shortening that gap from the time that someone is injured until they are at definitive care and are able to go, for example, for emergency surgery at one of our trauma centers is absolutely important. The other thing that air care does, though, is we advance that level of care that we're delivering both on the scene and in flight. For example, we're able to do some advanced airway techniques that your average ambulance crew or even maybe even some emergency physicians at rural facilities are not capable of doing. We can provide blood during transport. We can go ahead and
Oh, and Dr. Cool, I think we may have just lost your signal there for just a moment. You're seeing right now images as we try to get Dr. Cool's shot back up here, as I hope we can. You're seeing some video from WellStar of their air ambulance program in action. Some of our information here on the WellStar program, since WellStar Air Care launched in 2021, the program has transported more than 2,200 patients, flown over 150,000 miles across 5 states. Those states, of course, Georgia, also South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, and Alabama. And it looks like we are not going to be able to get Dr. Cool back right now. But if you are still listening in, Doctor, we, of course, are grateful for your time and grateful for the effort and expanding effort that these air ambulances are making across our state. Unfortunately, in our job, we see the situations sometimes that require medevac helicopters to come in, and it makes a big difference in the outcome of those patients when they can get taken as quickly as possible to the kind of treatment they need. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with much more after this. As we continue to stay on top of breaking news across Georgia and across the country, we're going to take you now to Arizona in a story, a tough story that we have been following for many days now. The disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie. Today, in what is a major break in the case, the FBI today released surveillance footage. You're seeing some of the still images there on your screen. Released surveillance footage from outside of Nancy Guthrie's front door. FBI says the images were taken the night she disappeared from her Arizona home. The doorbell camera footage shows a masked and armed person who appears to have tampered with a camera, FBI Director Kash Patel wrote on social media. You see those images on your screen right now. A person also appears to be wearing gloves, mask over his or her face, a backpack of some kind as well. Minutes after those images were released, Savannah Guthrie reposted them on Instagram with a message from her family. She said, quote, "We believe she is still alive. Bring her home." Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, and as authorities and the Guthrie family have relayed, Nancy Guthrie takes medication daily. Authorities have warned that every day that passes, the risk for medical complications to Nancy Guthrie goes up. This is a search that has now been going on for a number of days, hubbed out of Pima County, Arizona. We should also point out here, CNN is reporting, our news partner, CNN, that authorities believe Nancy Guthrie was taken against her will on February 1st. Her possible abductors demanded $6 million by 5 p.m. yesterday. KGUN, the local television station, reported in Arizona, citing a purported ransom note sent to that station. The FBI said it was not aware of any communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers. Again, this latest development, new images released, the FBI says, show somebody who appears to have been caught on camera outside of Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home the night that she disappeared. We're going to go now to Ivan Rodriguez from Arizona with a look at these new developments.
After 10 days, the FBI has its first lead in the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. FBI has released new images as well as video that appears to show a man walking to the front door of Nancy Guthrie's home. You can see that he's wearing a mask, gloves, a backpack, and even what appears to be a gun. There's a moment in one of the videos that appears to show him trying to cover his face on that Ring camera, and then he appears to walk away to the front yard, grabs some weeds, returns to that front door, and continues to mess around with that camera. We know that this is that doorbell camera, and hearing from FBI Director Kash Patel, he, in a statement on X, says in part, quote, "The video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems. Working with our partners as of this morning, law enforcement has uncovered these previously inaccessible new images showing an armed individual appearing to have tampered with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door the morning of her disappearance." Now, the FBI is really going to rely on the public to try and find this person. We've heard in the last days Savannah Guthrie asking for the public's help, not only here in Arizona, but across the country. So any one tip, the FBI had said before, could help break this case. And now we have a major lead into this investigation of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. In Catalina Foothills, Arizona, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
You look at those images, alarming pictures in this latest development in the ongoing search for Nancy Guthrie, who has now been missing for pushing on 10 days. Mother of Savannah Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, requires daily medication. The search for her continues. This latest update from the FBI with images of somebody wearing a mask and gloves outside of Nancy Guthrie's home, captured the night of her disappearance, with FBI Director Kash Patel saying that person appears to have tampered with the camera. Kash Patel relaying that message on social media earlier today. Also earlier today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt delivered these remarks in her daily briefing from the podium at the White House on these new developments in the ongoing search for Nancy Guthrie.
I was once again with the president. He and I were both reviewing the newly released surveillance footage from FBI in the Savannah Guthrie case on just this heartbreaking situation with respect to her mother. The president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of the suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground. And once again, I will reiterate that the prayers of this entire White House are with Savannah and her family at this time, and we hope this person is found soon and that her mother is brought home safely.
And that has been the plea from Savannah Guthrie and her siblings as well, posting a number of messages on social media asking for the public's help, asking for anybody who knows anything to contact authorities, and asking for whoever is responsible for this, whoever is behind the disappearance of their mother, Nancy Guthrie, to make contact and to be in touch. Again, we're now on day 10 at least. It's been since really the overnight hours at the end of January going into the start of this month that Nancy Guthrie was last seen and reported missing after she did not show up on a Sunday morning to a church event. Authorities have been searching for her ever since. Today, the big development, those new images, we've seen them on our screen here, purportedly taken of somebody wearing a mask. You see them on your screen now. A mask, gloves, a backpack, taken reportedly outside of Nancy Guthrie's home on the night of her disappearance. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie remains missing. If you know anything, you are asked to call authorities in Arizona and the FBI. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. just as we promised, we're going to continue to stay with you and stay together following the incident we have been tracking for the last few hours outside of the Palmetto Elementary School in the southern portion of Fulton County. That is where earlier today the school went into what the district described as a hard lockdown. We subsequently learned that was because of a fatal shooting of a woman outside what appears to be the front door of that school. The district quickly confirming all students and all staff are safe. Students were subsequently bused in a large caravan, a lot of school buses, and an escort of first responders over to Bear Creek Middle School, where the reunification process, parents and loved ones with their students, has begun, as we have been watching from the ground. Still questions about where the investigation here stands. We do not know the identity of the victim. We do not know whether a suspect has been identified. We do not know whether a suspect is in custody or not. We continue to ask authorities those questions. We have not yet heard from authorities on camera. We've been following this for about 3 hours here, but we continue to ask them about those questions. Most importantly, we do know, again, all students and all staff are safe. We're starting to get statements in from political leaders here. This is Congresswoman Lucy McBath, who tweeted just a few moments ago saying, quote, "I am heartbroken to learn of the shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary. As we continue to learn more about this incident, I have been in touch with our local officials to offer my support of ongoing investigations." That's where things stand right now. We go now to our Doug Richards, who has been outside of Bear Creek Middle School for the better part of the last 2 hours. Doug, where do things stand right now? Are you continuing to see that reunification process between parents and students play out?
Is considerably behind me. There are obviously cars lined up over here, though, and I'm not saying I haven't talked to all of them, but there are some of them certainly that have parents inside. Maybe as we pan over to the left, you can actually see the cars lining up now on both sides of the road outside of Bear Creek Middle School, where folks have been notified that their children who were at Palmetto Elementary School today had been relocated here earlier this afternoon by school bus, a caravan of school buses we saw coming up that road and going into that back entrance over there that's staffed by that lone police officer who's managing the traffic here at Bear Creek Middle School. And what we surmise is that parents are picking up their children because we don't see school buses picking up. We don't see a lot of school buses. We do see some school buses, but presumably Palmetto Elementary School had a school bus schedule. The school bus schedule got disrupted along with everything else that got disrupted there by the relocation of the students from Palmetto Elementary to Bear Creek Middle School, so the parents are picking up their students here. And we did talk with some of them about what it was like when the incident happened at Palmetto, and some of the parents and other caregivers who learned about it afterward. Let's hear some of that.
I didn't know what was going on. When they told us it was a shooting, they just said it was a shooting. They didn't say it was in the parking lot. They didn't say nothing. We didn't know if they was in there. We didn't know nothing. I was scared. I don't know.
I thought they was gonna kick the door open and then start shooting. Start shooting the kids.
Yeah, they okay. They all right. They fine. They was a little scared. They said they classmates was crying, and I was crying too.
Out of nowhere, when we was doing our work, they didn't say it was a lockdown. There was just an alert that said this is a hard lockdown. So she turned off the lights. We stopped making noise. We went to the corner and sat down, and we just been quiet.
And that was Jordan Taylor, who is a fourth grader at Palmetto Elementary School, talking with us with the permission of his aunt, who was picking him up, and two other siblings who were also at Palmetto Elementary at the time that this shooting took place. Jordan Taylor gave a very matter-of-fact recounting of what it was like to be in a school when the teacher realizes that there is an emergency situation, turns off the lights, orders the children into a corner of the room, tells them to be quiet. And as we know now, this is a drill that children in schools all over Georgia, certainly, and beyond, are going through now as a response to active shooter situations that have taken place in just enough elementary schools and other schools around the country to, scare every parent who ever had children. So this was obviously a frightening time, probably more for the parents than it was for the children, because the children have grown accustomed to these drills, Zach.
And Doug, just listening to that young man describe that experience is it is tough to listen to. Doug, I know you're a parent too. You've been covering this. How have the parents been describing how they're making do with this? And I mean, how are things hitting you?
Thank you. I'm fine. It's the parents that we've talked with have had a range of reactions. Some of them have told us that they actually got a text alert saying that there was this issue at the elementary school, and that the children were being taken care of. Basically, didn't detail what the text message said, but said there was an alert for the parents. And then other parents or other caregivers we talked with said that they had no idea that what the details were. They had just heard that their children had been moved to the school and that they needed to come pick them up. So, it's not a particularly efficient communication system really anywhere when there's an emergency situation that can just be locked down and give people the information that they need at the moment that the people want it. And so they're obviously the school system and the authorities here were dealing with a little bit of that. But it sounds like some of it went really well in terms of communication, and then other instances where parents just sort of found out about it secondhand and were a little miffed about not knowing what exactly was going on, Zach.
Or Doug Richards, thank you for your perspective, and thanks for being out there, and thank you too for making sure you mentioned it when you interviewed that young man and his family, that we got the permission of the adult there to talk with them. I know you're handling this with a lot of grace and candor on a tough day. So Doug, thank you.
You're very...
We're going to turn now to our Marissa Sarbach, who has also been on scene at the other school that has been at the heart of this, the school where this incident took place, and that is Palmetto Elementary School. Marissa joins us now live. Marissa, you have been outside of Palmetto for the better part of 3 hours now. Where do things stand as we speak, and can you recap for us, if people are just joining, what all has taken place at Palmetto over these last few hours?
Yeah, a few hours ago, it was a very different scene here, Zach, at Palmetto Elementary School. A very scary scene for many of the parents that were coming up trying to get their kids, realizing that there was a police perimeter around the entire elementary school. They could not get up close. Media were stopped back there. Parents and community members were stopped back there. The only people that were allowed through were law enforcement and buses to pick up the kids from Palmetto Elementary School to take them over to Bear Creek Middle School, which is where Doug Richards is over at. Obviously, we know the kids have made their way over there. And so things are very different over here right now. It was very chaotic this morning. Right now, things are very quiet and calm. We just still have a few remaining law enforcement members on scene, so I'll have us pan the camera and show you. But really, it's over on the right side of the building from where we're standing. That is the front area of the building. We have received confirmation from Fulton County Schools and Fulton County Police the school police here, that there was an incident, what they were calling a serious incident. A shooting has been confirmed outside of the school building. So it was on property for the school, behind these fences, behind the gates, right in the front. That is the front part of that building over on the right-hand side. They confirmed to us that there was a shooting earlier. A woman was shot dead outside of the school, so nothing happened inside of the school, but there was that shooting and she is dead. We had to move back over this way to get a little bit closer to the area so you can kind of see a little bit of crime scene tape up there, but this is as close as we can get at this point. We do know, as you can see, it's very calm, very quiet here now. No concern for the student. All of them have been evacuated. They're all over where Doug is over at Bear Creek Middle School. So at this point, nothing to be concerned about for the parents, for students, teachers, staff. Everybody had been evacuated. This is what remains at this point. A very, very calm scene, extremely different than it was a few hours ago when we first got here to report. Even in the middle of our live reports, we were being moved off the scene from cops so that more law enforcement could come in. There's many agencies that have been here. The Fulton County Schools Police Department, they have their own police force. They're the lead agency for this shooting here at this campus outside to handle the investigation here. But they were not able to confirm to us anything other than there is no threat here on campus anymore. They don't have any comment at this point as for a suspect in the shooting and that active manhunt. They can't confirm anything past this for us. So we're trying to figure out from other agencies at this point who we can connect with to find out that information. Zach?
And Marissa, just over your shoulder there, just a moment ago, when I think photojournalist Hunter Joyce is with you, panned over, saw that a South Fulton crime scene investigation vehicle is on scene. Do you have a sense of what sorts of questions investigators are now trying to answer? As you pointed out, details a little limited right now on what even led up to this fatal shooting.
Right. I think law enforcement are trying to figure out the why at this point, why this happened, more about the victim and what went down. Especially for media, our question has been, who is the victim and does she have any relation to the school? To have the shooting right on school property, right out front of the school, not in the building, but right out front of the school. We asked the question to our spokesperson with Fulton County Schools earlier, whether or not she has anything to do with the school. Was she a staff member? Was she a parent? And they're not confirming anything at this point to us. So a lot for investigators to pour through, and a lot of that they withhold information from us while they finish up this investigation. And if there is still that suspect that's outstanding and hasn't been caught by law enforcement, they don't want to impede that investigation in any way. So they do withhold information from us up until it's ready to be shared.
And Marissa, one last question for you, and I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask to make sure, because the message has been to parents, don't come to Palmetto. Early in the day, it was from Fulton County School District officials saying, please be patient, don't come here, so that first responders have the space to operate as they need. I think the message sort of evolved over the day to, don't come here because your kids have been moved over to Bear Creek. Have you seen parents and loved ones abiding by that message?
Yes, because they had no choice. Law enforcement weren't letting them in. So as you can imagine, parents were rushing to the scene. They were blocked off exactly where we were, a few roads up. We really didn't even have a good vantage point to see what was happening. We could just see an entire row of law enforcement vehicles and more filtering in, as well as those school buses. But parents were not allowed in, so they had no choice but to wait at the surrounding perimeter and be sent over to Bear Creek. So a lot of logistics here for law enforcement to get those parents over there and to kind of let everybody know as they're coming up. As you can imagine, it's difficult for the law enforcement that are standing at the edge of this perimeter to tell parents, I know your kids are in there, but you can't come past this at this point. So a really difficult situation for a lot of people involved. And, for those parents, thankfully, they do know their kids were all transported safely over to Bear Creek. I actually had a chance to speak with one of the moms on scene when we first got here. If we're able to bring up that interview, I would love to play that.
And we're going to see, Marissa, if we can pull this up in just a moment. Our producer Gabby is hustling to get this ready to go because we do want to listen in here. Gabby, just give me the thumbs up whenever this is ready. And Marissa, you make a good point as well. You know, it surely is challenging for law enforcement when they do have that task of telling parents who, I mean, it's totally their instinct. Something like this happens, go to where your kids are, go to the school. Law enforcement on scene has to ask parents to stay back, to let the first responders have the space they need to make sure that everybody is safe. I think we're getting the thumbs up here. We do have part of your interview, Marissa. We're going to play that right now.
It makes me feel better. Yeah, I do feel a little bit better.
So your next move is to go to Bear Creek?
Oh yeah, yep.
So scoot back to your truck and then.
Yes,
I'll
definitely.
All right. What would you want? I mean, like knowing that this happened though.
More security. This is Fulton County. I mean, even in Cobb County, more security. Like, you know, like when something like this happens, we're all blocked off. All the parents can't even get to our kids. So now I'm like nervous. You know, I can't even think straight. So.
How did you hear this news?
Through my email.
Through your email. What did the email say, if you don't mind?
It just was saying that the school was on lockdown. And it didn't give me any information or anything, like why. And then that's when I looked on the Nextdoor app and it was on there.
And what time did you get that email?
About 20 minutes ago. So when did this happen?
I mean, I think they were waiting to see what was happening before they sent out any communications.
And you have a kid in the school?
Yes.
What grade?
First.
So you jumped on your e-bike? Tell us about that.
I'm not playing. Yeah, about mine. So yeah, I couldn't fit my truck through there.
Were you able to go in front of the school and take a look and see anything at all?
No, that's what I was headed to do. But then I got stopped. Yeah.
What goes through your head when you get an email like that?
And you can see that mom was stopped exactly where we were stopped. So she couldn't get any further. At that point, she didn't know the school was on lockdown from that email she says she received from the district. But you can just kind of hear her processing that with us, of realizing that she sent her children or her child off to school this morning like so many other parents, about 500 kids here in the school when this happened this morning. And just a fear takes over and you don't know what's going on and you can't get to the school to pick up your child. You're told by the district and by law enforcement, the school's under lockdown, but you can't come forward. You can't get any closer. So a really difficult situation for a lot of these parents. Again, thankfully for them, it ended very well. Their kids all out safely, evacuated, staff, students out of this school and over again at that Bear Creek Middle School. So they are in a safe location. We saw that huge caravan of probably a dozen or more so buses transporting all of these hundreds of kids out, along with that law enforcement escort. So a really jarring day for a lot of these kids. And again, as you just heard, for a lot of those parents too, Zach.
Marissa Sarback, thank you for that update. Thanks for staying on top of this all day long. We're going to check back in with you a little bit later. While we wait for that, we're going to recap now how we got here. If you've been with us, you know that we have been following this for the last 3+ hours at this point, this frightening situation that started at Palmetto Elementary School. If you are just joining us, we're going to bring you up to speed right now. So here's how things played out. Just around noon, Fulton County School District confirmed that Palmetto Elementary School, a school of a little more than 500 students that goes from pre-K to 5th grade, was under what was described as a hard lockdown. We subsequently learned that that was due to a fatal shooting of a woman outside what appears to be the front door of the elementary school. Fulton County School District quickly confirming a little after noon that all students and all staff were safe. The students were loaded onto a caravan of buses and taken over to Bear Creek Middle School, where we just heard a few moments ago from our Doug Richards. The reunification process between parents and student has been underway for some time over at Bear Creek Middle School. Again, Fulton Schools confirming all students and all staff are safe. There are ongoing questions and unanswered questions, as we're now more than 3 hours into this incident. We have not yet heard on camera from any authorities with the school district or with law enforcement at this point. There are questions that we still do not have answers to about the investigative side of this situation. We don't know the identity of the woman who was killed. We do not know if a suspect has been identified. We do not know if a suspect is in custody or not at this point. And we don't know what circumstances led up to this fatal encounter that took place outside of Palmetto Elementary School. Those are questions that we have. I am sure if you are watching along, you have those questions too. We're going to continue to work to get those answers. Importantly, though, we're going to continue to mention and remind and keep touching back to the biggest answer to the biggest question, which is that all students and all staff, according to the Fulton County School District, are safe. Reunification efforts underway as we speak and have been for some time outside of Bear Creek Middle School over in Fairburn. We're going to continue to monitor this story coming out of the southern portion of Fulton County and bring you every update as we get new information. We do now want to turn to our Grace King, who has been following the second day of jury selection in the trial of the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter. Grace, this is day 2 of jury selection. We're pushing up on 3:20 right now. How have things been going inside of the courtroom?
Well, things are really moving. Now, jury selection's in Hall County instead of Barrow County, so they're borrowing courtroom space, they're borrowing courtroom staff, and they're really trying to just get this process done. The judge said they were all there until about 7:30 last night, questioning the remainder of those 36 jurors they had tapped in that first panel. Today, he brought in 45 people. They will just continue going today until they are done with that. We're about halfway through those 45 people. We, of course, started at about 9 o'clock this morning, so they are moving through those people. The goal is to kind of have those jurors kind of striked or not striked selected tomorrow. So I guess we'll see tomorrow.
You can hear me here. We're juggling something on the technical side on our end, but a question for you. What challenges are the attorneys and is the judge facing in trying to seat a jury, particularly in a case of this high magnitude and just a lot of charged emotions?
Well, they moved the jury selection here to Hall County, but it's only 30 miles from Appalachia High School. We have a lot of prospective jurors who have connections. One of them said, her neighbor was really good friends with Coach Richard Aspinwall, who was one of those people tragically killed in that September 2024 shooting. We had another lady who said her son was the medical assistant for the Appalachia High School football team, again, who knew Coach A, who loved Coach A, who worked with Coach A. We have people who are friends with teachers at Appalachia High School, who know some of the witnesses on that list, who have children who work in the Northeast Georgia hospital system that kind of crosses a lot of those counties. So we are not in Barrow County, but the biggest challenge is just finding people who don't have those close ties that could possibly influence them. One question they keep asking is, this person on the witness list, would you treat them as more credible than some of the other witnesses because you have that pre-existing relationship? And a lot of them said, yeah, I know them, I trust them, they're a good person, and I believe them. And that, of course, would just create some problems down in the trials. We've seen some of those jurors struck, but of course, just finding people who don't know about this tragedy, who don't have strong opinions either way about guilt or innocence, it's been a challenge and something they're trying to work through.
And Colin Gray, of course, the father of accused Appalachia High School shooter Colt Gray. Colin Gray has pleaded not guilty. And Grace, as you've described to us in the past, but it's worth touching on again here, prosecutors have a bit of a novel legal theory to bring this case. This is not common to see a parent of an accused school shooter taking a trial themselves, right?
This is the first of its kind in Georgia. We've seen one other case in the country where the parents were charged, but this is really a novel legal theory. You, of course, see people charged in cases where someone else carries out the crime and you were an accomplice in some way, whether you were driving the getaway car or you bought this gun for someone and said, here, go shoot this person or use it in this scenario. That's not their argument here. Their argument is really more of a negligence one, where they're saying there were all these warning signs. You had, quote, sufficient warning is what they used in the indictment, and you should have known better than to allow your son access to ammunition and a firearm, and that he didn't do anything to stop or intervene. It's a lot of it's something a lot of the jurors have brought up today, saying, as a parent, I couldn't imagine not taking the firearm away. So that's brought a lot of those challenges here, kind of knocking out some of those jurors. But it's the first case of its kind. And again, it really rests on that kind of, should he have taken the gun? Should he have provided the gun? What should have been done there as that parental responsibility chunk? And if those actions or lack thereof is enough to charge him with second-degree murder.
Grace, the last question for you here. Obviously, these are challenging issues that ultimately the jury is going to sort out and render a verdict. How long do you suspect this trial will take?
Well, the judge's goal right now, as of a couple hours ago, he wants to start on Monday. They're hoping to wrap up the week of February 27th. They could go into that first week of March if necessary, but it just depends on how much evidence the state has to prosecute. The judge was asking earlier, because jurors have vacations and conflicts, is there any way you'd be done by February 27th? And everyone was pretty much saying no. So probably first week of March is what we're looking at.
Our Grace King live for us. Grace, you've been on top of this tough story and tough case for years now. We know you're going to stay on top of it. Thank you very much. We're going to turn now to some more developing news here in the 11Alive Streaming Center and in the 11Alive newsroom. We have now obtained a copy of the affidavit in support of the search warrant that FBI agents used to carry out a search and seizure of evidence at the Fulton County election hub a few weeks ago. The judge over the weekend in this case at a federal court, a judge in the Northern District of Georgia, ordered that the government file the affidavit into the now unsealed docket by the end of the day today. The government has now done so. That affidavit is part of the unsealed case record. We are reviewing what the affidavit says as we speak. If you are not fluent in the way the legal process works, which is very understandable, the affidavit is an important part of the initiating phase of a case like this, and it can offer a glimpse into the government's theory of the case. The affidavit is what is used to convince a magistrate judge that there exists enough probable cause to sign off on the search warrant. So that is why we have been watching for this affidavit to be made public. It now has. We are reviewing the affidavit as we speak. We're going to have much more coverage of this coming up, and especially at 4 o'clock, major live coverage of what is in this document and Fulton County's response. That is all coming up at 4 o'clock, and we will likely have more in the intervening minutes as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back. It is just about 3:26 in the afternoon on Tuesday afternoon here on the 11Alive Streaming Center. We're going to take you to a live look right now outside of Bear Creek Middle School. This is in the southern portion of Fulton County. It's in Fairburn, and it has been the site of much more activity than on a typical Tuesday school day. Bear Creek Middle School has been the point of relocation for Palmetto Elementary School students following shooting that took place outside of Palmetto Elementary earlier today, triggering a lockdown. A woman was killed in that shooting. The school district confirms that all students and all staff are safe. A hard lockdown was triggered at Palmetto Elementary School. Those students were subsequently taken over, more than 500 of them, taken over to Bear Creek Middle School, where the process of reuniting those students with their loved ones has been underway for at least an hour at this point. Again, to emphasize, the Fulton County School District confirms all students and all staff are safe. At this point, we know that a woman was fatally shot outside of Palmetto Elementary School. From what we have seen from our helicopter vantage point and from our crew on the ground, it appears that shooting took place right in front of the, in close proximity to at least, the front door of Palmetto Elementary School. At this point, we do not know the identity of the victim. We do not know, though we have asked, we do not know if a suspect has been identified by law enforcement or if a suspect is in custody at this time. We also don't know what circumstances may have led up to this fatal encounter. We're going to continue to follow this story, and any new developments, we're going to bring them to you as soon as we have them and as soon as we have them confirmed. Most importantly at this juncture, again, to emphasize, all students and all staff are safe. We're going to turn now to a live look, leaving Georgia and turning our attention to Arizona. This is Pima County, Arizona, where you're looking at the sheriff's office that is leading the investigation, at least the local component of it, into the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of today's show, co-anchor Savannah Guthrie. Authorities have been searching for Guthrie for now well into the 10th day of her disappearance. Ivan Rodriguez has an update on new developments and new images that have just been released by authorities that they say show somebody who appeared outside of Nancy Guthrie's door the night that she disappeared.
After 10 days, the FBI has its first lead in the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. FBI has released new images as well as video that appears to show a man walking to the front door of Nancy Guthrie's home. You can see that he's wearing a mask, gloves, a backpack, and even what appears to be a gun. And there's a moment in one of the videos that appears to show him trying to cover his face on that Ring camera, and then he appears to walk away to the front yard, grabs some weeds, returns to that front door, and continues to mess around with that camera. We know that this is that doorbell camera, and hearing from FBI Director Kash Patel, he, in a statement on X, says in part, quote, "The video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems. Working with our partners as of this morning, law enforcement has uncovered these previously inaccessible new images showing an armed individual appearing to have tampered with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door the morning of her disappearance." Now, the FBI is really going to rely on the public to try and find this person. We've heard in the last days Savannah Guthrie asking for the public's help, not only here in Arizona, but across the country. So any one tip, the FBI had said before, could help break this case. And now we have a major lead into this investigation of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. In Catalina Foothills, Arizona, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
That update from our Ivan Rodriguez in Arizona. You're looking now on your screen at a picture of the missing person flyer distributed by the Department of Justice and specifically the FBI. This shows those new images that are at the heart of this development, frightening images. You see somebody wearing a mask, wearing gloves. They appear to have a backpack on. Reportedly, according to authorities, this image was taken outside of Nancy Guthrie's front door. It's surveillance footage, as Ivan Rodriguez described, that technicians were able to recover from what Ivan described as back-end systems from for this surveillance camera. Kash Patel, the FBI director, saying that this person appears to have, quote, tampered with the camera. Minutes after the images release, Savannah Guthrie, the daughter of Nancy Guthrie, reposted the images on Instagram with a message from her family saying, quote, "We believe she is still alive. Bring her home." That has been the request of the Guthrie family, Savannah Guthrie, her siblings, since this entire ordeal began more than 10 days ago, as the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie enters its 10th day. Anybody with information is asked to reach out to authorities. The FBI has a tip line, and there's a local tip line as well. If you know anything, if you have seen anything, the Guthrie family and authorities asking you to call. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the 11Alive Plus Streaming Center. I'm Zach Merchant. We continue to follow this frightening situation that unfolded earlier today outside of Palmetto Elementary School. That's in Fulton County, in the southern portion of the county, where around noon today, school officials confirmed that the school was placed on what they described as a hard lockdown. You're looking at helicopter images of the elementary school from earlier this afternoon. We subsequently learned that this lockdown was triggered by a fatal shooting that took place outside of the school. From our vantage point in the air and our crew on the ground, it appears that the situation was focused on a scene outside of the front door of the elementary school. The school district confirms that all students and all staff are safe. Again, we want to emphasize, district confirms that all students and all staff are safe. The students were subsequently loaded onto school buses. More than 500 students attend this school, according to online documents. The students were then taken, you're seeing this footage from earlier today, from Palmetto Elementary School over to Fairburn and Bear Creek Middle School, where the process of reuniting students with their parents has been underway for some time. The district said that specific reunification details would be relayed to parents. Those details were not relayed to us, but from our vantage point on the ground, reunification has been underway for some time. And you're looking at a live shot right now from outside of Bear Creek Middle School, where for the better part of the last, I want to say, 60 to 90 minutes, there was a long line of cars of parents and loved ones making their way up to the front of the school and picking up their students and driving them away. Now that long line of cars is gone. I think we just lost that shot there, but you got a sense that that long line of traffic had dissipated, suggesting that the reunification process, at the very least, is winding down. That process of getting the students from Palmetto and presumably from Bear Creek back into the hands of their parents, who you can be sure were very eager to give those students a big hug. Again, district confirming all students and all staff are safe. Still a number of questions about the investigative side of all of this. We know that a woman has been fatally shot. We do not know her identity. We do not know the identity of a suspect. We do not know if law enforcement has identified a suspect. We don't know if a suspect is in custody or not. We don't know what circumstances led up to this situation, this fatal shooting. It's now just about 3:40 in the afternoon. We've been following this situation for just shy of 4 hours. We have yet to hear on camera from anybody from the school district or from law enforcement or first responders. We continue to ask. Of course, it has been a chaotic day for them as well. But when we hear from them, we, of course, are going to bring that to you, again, to emphasize what we do know. Again, all students and all staff are safe. No students, no staff were injured. That's according to the Fulton County School District. We're going to turn now to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, with a look at our forecast.
So bright sunshine to start the day today. The clouds are now building back into North Georgia, but despite those clouds increasing, it is a nice mild day on tap for us. We're going to see temperatures today climbing up into the 70s, and we'll even keep some of that milder air around as we move forward into Wednesday in the 60s. But rain showers also moving back into play tonight in through Wednesday. So that will be our next chance of rain. You can see those clouds streaming in from our west, rain showers there. Also a little front coming in from the north. So that'll bring in about a quarter of an inch or so of rainfall to much of North Georgia. Nuisance category though. So this afternoon though, the clouds, that's the big weather story along with those mild temperatures. We're currently already sitting above 60 degrees and we'll see those numbers climbing up to the 70s this afternoon. Partly sunny to at times mostly cloudy by the end of the day. We'll see sunshine filtering through those clouds, but the clouds will certainly keep thickening up as we push closer to sunset this evening. Then we will see those rain showers moving in after midnight tonight. So temperatures today more than a dozen degrees above average this time of year. We average 57. We'll be up to about 71. Couple spots closer to the mid 70s out there. Even the North Georgia mountains, that cooler air gets scoured out as we move into the afternoon today, and that will push those temperatures up into the mid and upper 60s. Here's a forecast track showing those clouds streaming in. Now I know we see on that forecast track a few hints of green. I don't think any of that's going to reach the ground. It is a mostly cloudy, mild afternoon, pushing 70 degrees. Those clouds thicken up overnight, and you can see after midnight, rain showers starting to come back into North Georgia. These rain showers will be in that nuisance category of impact. We're talking about light rain showers. Some of that rain could be a little bit steady first thing tomorrow morning, but I don't expect
heavy rainfall. I don't expect big thunderstorms on the way for tomorrow. With this current setup, it's not a very robust or strong system moving through. So those rain showers start to move in overnight tonight. Here 7:30 tomorrow. Wet roadways for your morning commute, especially north of I-20. That rain keeps pushing through during the day. We still have a few showers around at midday, and then we'll see those rain showers clearing out by the end of Wednesday afternoon. Bright sunshine is moving back in as we push towards your Thursday. So we'll see a little bit of a temperature cool down behind that front, but not frigid cold. So the first system coming in here tomorrow is going to bring on average about 1/4 inch of rain to the metro. A few spots could see more than that across far north Georgia, or I expect rain showers to start earlier overnight tonight and last into tomorrow morning's commute. Rain may not fully reach some of these areas south of I-20 as early tomorrow morning, so you may not see as many rain showers moving through. Then we get to the end of the week, and there is more rain coming in over the weekend. You can see about another 1 to 1.5 inches on top of what we get on Wednesday. That will be coming into play with a stronger weather system for the weekend. Here it is on forecast track. Friday, high pressure, but that'll bring us an east wind, cooling our temperatures down a bit. We'll see that rain moving into the west. As we get towards Saturday, a couple of those showers could start to stream in here. Better, more widespread rain comes in on Sunday. As long as our temperatures are cool enough, our main threat this weekend would be locally heavy rainfall. Assuming that this low stays far enough south of us and the temperatures stay cool enough, the risk of thunderstorm activity would stay south of our region. But if we see this low pushing a little further north, warming our temperatures into the 60s, we could see a few thunderstorms embedded within that system as well. So that'll be coming in for Sunday. Rain chance 40% for Wednesday. We are dry Thursday. Very slight chance of a shower there on Friday. Saturday, 30% rain chance. That rain chance will go up to 70% for Sunday. So high temperatures still in the 60s after reaching near 70 today. We're cooling off a little bit with that east breeze at the end of the week, and then by Sunday, high temperature of 61. And behind that weather system, we may not see a significant cold snap coming in as we push towards that third week of February. 6 to 10 day temperature outlook. A lot of warm temperatures. We've got them likely above average. So for today, increasing clouds the rest of the afternoon. We're running in the low 70s for high temperatures and some upper 60s. 60s will be a lot more prevalent across the North Georgia mountains. Tonight, rain showers are moving in, and with all the clouds, it's going to act like a blanket, so it's not as cold first thing tomorrow morning. We'll be stepping outside in the mid-50s, but the roads will be wet and damp for you. Meteorologist Chesley McNeil will be tracking that rain on live radar on 11Alive and on 11Alive Plus right here as we head throughout your morning commute. You can see on the 7-day forecast, we've got temperatures this weekend, 50s to start, low 60s with higher rain chances for Sunday.
Our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, with a look at sunny forecast the last couple days that we are certainly appreciating. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to go somewhere pretty sunny as well. Our Reggie Chapman is standing by from spring training. And I think he's got his shades on, too. He's looking good. I'm looking at the monitor right now. We're going to check in with Reggie in just a moment. Well, you heard it before the break, and now we are on the other side. Melissa Nord, a meteorologist, gave us a sunny forecast for us here in Atlanta. Very sunny where we are going next. Reggie Chapman. Last time we talked to him, Reggie was on the road down to sunny Florida and spring training. Now you're there. You got the shades on. You're looking good. You can take them off if you want at some point, but you are looking very sharp down there, my friend.
Well, Zach, I'll tell you, man, I really enjoy these streams because we can have a little bit more fun. I can have my sunglasses on, and I'll be honest, I did take them off because I'm a professional newsman, but when you teased it that I was going to have them on, I felt like I had to put them back on. But I will take them off. We are a professional news organization, and we've got plenty to talk about from here at spring training on what is really, like you said, a beautiful day. It's like 70 degrees, a little bit of a breeze, perfect place for baseball. And, of course, we've had the sounds of mitts popping, balls getting thrown, and players being seen. It has been an awesome, awesome start to spring training from here in Northport.
You know, Reggie, how can you not love that? How can you not feel a little romantic about baseball? And how can you not feel a little excited about, I mean, I see a palm tree over your shoulder. I mean, how good is that? And, of course, we know you're a pro. I wouldn't have razzed you about the sunglasses if you weren't. But, Reggie, I mean, what are you seeing? What's the vibe in spring training? Is a lot of Braves fans are hoping for a good season this year.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you, it's been kind of an up and down day with plenty of news, so let's try and go through it. But first, I kind of want to just show you what it kind of looked like from out here as we kind of toss to some of this beautiful video and really a beautiful day here in Northport, Florida. You got to see a lot of the normal guys that you anticipated getting a chance to see. It was really good seeing some of the frontline starters in this organization kind of able to be out here and throw. Of course, guys like Spencer Strider, Chris Sale, Reynaldo Lopez, as well as Grant Holmes, all guys that did miss significant time or even the entire season in Reynaldo Lopez's case, or actually for most of the season for Reynaldo Lopez's case, heading into this season, be able to be healthy and hopefully stay healthy over the course of the season. We also got a chance to see former manager Brian Snitker, who is on hand just driving around in a golf cart, really enjoying his new life as a guy that really doesn't have a whole lot on his plate during his time here in Northport. But we also got a chance to see the new manager, Walt Weiss, a guy that he says is going to be leaning on manager Brian Snitker, or former manager Brian Snitker, a whole lot. Weiss, his first day leading the charge here as the Braves manager, he said that this is a role that he's, of course, excited to kind of move into now. He got a chance to sit in the office, which we'll hear from him in a second. But also, spring training has always been special for him. It's always been a busy time for him. As the former bench coach, he was in charge of all of the planning to make sure everybody was in the right position. Now he's in a different role, but just as busy. Here's what he had to say about his first day on the job and what it's been like here in Northport as the new manager of this organization.
It was different, a little different, yeah. I've been here 8 years, and today's the first day I sat in that chair in that office, so that's different, you know, and it's great. Snit's walking around, you know, be a great sounding board for me moving forward, but certainly different. But I've done this before, so it won't take long, especially with this group. I know the group well, you know, so that helps. But I'm excited. You know, I'm excited about the job, about our team, our group, the staff, top to bottom. We got good people and good players, so that makes it exciting.
There certainly is a whole lot to be excited about when it comes to what manager Walt Weiss is kind of inheriting from last year's team. He's hoping that this year's roster is a little bit more healthy, but Zach, not a good start on that note. The big news coming out of the day, like normally you would think the first thing we would talk about with the new manager is his new day on the first day on the job. The biggest news coming out of the day is that Spencer Schwellenbach, a starter for this Braves team that missed some time last season, has been placed on the 60-day injured list. He's having some soreness in his elbow. Really an unfortunate situation for this team that was hoping to have all of their starters back this year. He's going to be out for a significant amount of time.
Reggie, you talk about the injury bug already rearing its very ugly head. This has been a challenge for the team in years past as well. How is the clubhouse absorbing that news just a few days into spring training?
Yeah, it really is unfortunate, right? Because, like you said, this has been something that this team has been dealing with for a long time, especially over the course of the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, it was players in their starting lineup. This last year, it was their entire starting rotation from the beginning of the season all went down at some point. And Walt Weiss was really, he said it is an opportunity for a lot of these other guys. We've known that this organization has dealt with those injuries in the past. So he says his message earlier in this as he had guys come in for these early meetings was to be ready. Some of these pitchers who may or may not make the roster on opening day, he believes will probably have a pretty good chance of seeing time pitching in the big, just based off of, I guess, some of their luck and how their starting rotation and the relievers have dealt with injuries in the past. And I think what's really been disappointing for this group is Schwellenbach pitched just some weeks ago. And Walt Weiss said that he was looking good until it wasn't looking good. Some of that, I guess, pain in his elbow, and we actually had a chance to ask him about it, and here's what he had to say about what he feels like the actual injury is and what it means for this club.
I think it's more like bone spur type stuff. There's some elbow inflammation, and so we'll go from there. You know how these things work. We got to check all the boxes and all that type of thing. But it's going to be significant time you're going to miss.
Really, really disappointing stuff. He was asked if this had anything to do with the UCL injury that he was dealing with. It had nothing to do with that. So it is a totally separate injury that has happened to Spencer, which is really unfortunate. So you do wonder what it's going to look like next for the starting rotation. Who will step up to the proverbial plate and be ready to step up on that mound and take up that final spot in the starting rotation. We did see Bryce Elder out here, a guy that's gotten a whole lot of starts in a Braves uniform. Hurston Waldrop, who dealt with injuries at the last part of the season, he looked really good here at spring training, and he's a guy that they hope as a young arm can come in and fill plenty of innings. So it'll be interesting to see. The big thing also is going into the season, there was so much conversation about are they going to find another starter to fill in that rotation? Walt Weiss was asked about, he says that Alex Anthopoulos, their general manager, he says he never stops working. The plan is to try and find somebody to add to this starting rotation. And now that the injury to Spencer Schwellenbach has happened, the chirping from the outside, especially on my social media, is definitely going to get louder and louder. So this it's going to be a big time for general manager Alex Anthopoulos, try and find somebody to help bolster the starting rotation.
Reggie, I know it's not called Twitter officially anymore, but when you talk about the chirping, it fits on Twitter, and that's what you find there a lot. Reggie, I know that Walt Weiss has been with the program for a long time, but this is his first year being the guy, leading the clubhouse. How do you get a sense, does his long tenure with the club either help or hurt him in the eyes of the clubhouse? Does it give him more buy-in from the players?
100%. He is a guy that is respected in this clubhouse. We talked to Sean Murphy before the beginning of practice today, and he talked a lot about the energy that Walt Weiss brings to the table. He's a guy that brings a lot of respect to the game of baseball. He is a guy that has garnered a lot of respect within the organization because he is honest. I was really interested in trying to figure out, and I actually asked him this, what is kind of the difference when you're the manager versus the bench coach and trying to create those relationships and have those conversations? He said the biggest thing is just having that honesty and being that honest guy that he always has been. He knows that now in this role there's going to be a couple more difficult conversations that he's going to have with guys, especially as they try to cut down this roster heading into opening day. But he is a guy that this team trusts, the roster trusts, and they're happy. Sean Murphy said they're happy that he was the one who ended up getting this job and will lead them into the future.
Reggie, as you're down there in person, kind of soaking in the sights and sounds of spring training, what else stands out to you that you are, and maybe Braves fans can be looking forward to as we get ready for the start of this season?
Yeah, we had some interesting notes that as I'm kind of out here, you're kind of looking around, you're checking your notepad, trying to see who is and who isn't here. I mentioned some of the guys that were here. We also, and because it's just pitchers and catchers, not a lot of position players were here. We did see Ozzy Albies here, Mauricio Dubon, who will likely be starting at shortstop, as Hassan Kim will be out for the beginning of the season. Both those guys were here and getting some batting practice as well as taking some grounders. I was curious to look at some of the catchers as well. Drake Baldwin, fresh off the NL Rookie of the Year campaign, he is back. He is going to be expected to play a whole lot, considering that Sean Murphy, the normal starter for the Braves at catcher, will miss the beginning of the season as he is still working his way back from that hip injury that he suffered near the end of last season, had to get surgery on. We did get a chance to talk to Sean, ask him how he's feeling, and this is what he had to say.
No, we're checking boxes as we go, but so far, no setbacks and everything's going well. I don't have an exact date or timeline, but I feel good and I think everything's going well and we're getting good reports.
Not a lot of, like you said, not a real timeline that we know about when he'll actually be able to come back, but we're thinking that he will shoot for a time around May. One quick note before we go, Nacho Alvarez, normally an infielder, we did see him working with the catchers, which is something interesting. So we'll have to see what that means going forward. We'll send it back to you, Zach, from here at Northports, and have more coverage throughout the rest of the day.
Reggie Chapman live for us from Braves spring training. Reggie, we appreciate it. Looking forward to checking with you later on this week. We turn now as we're getting ready to move on to the top of the hour, and a lot of news we are tracking, including the now unsealed affidavit in support of the search warrant that was carried out on the Fulton County election office just last week or so. We're going to have a live update on that and a live look at Fulton County's response, a press conference scheduled to begin in just moments. We'll take it to you live.
Thanks for joining us. Streaming on 11Alive Plus, I'm Ron Jones in for Cheryl Prehine.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We begin with breaking news at this hour. A search warrant affidavit was just unsealed in the FBI raid of the Fulton County election hub. Any minute now, Fulton County commissioners, they're expected to speak with us about the allegations outlined in that affidavit. Like we said, it was just unsealed. People are still kind of going through those documents.
That's right. And matter of fact, we got a live look right now ahead of the press conference. You can see that the microphones are up there, the podium's up there as well. This is the Fulton County government building. The 47-page affidavit explains why the FBI raided Fulton County's election hub and seized hundreds of boxes of the 2020 election materials and identifies two specific laws the federal government cited just to try to obtain that warrant. So we're standing by to bring you the commissioner's remarks live on air on 11Alive Plus as soon as the press conference begins right here on 11Alive Plus. But we're going to continue to follow some breaking news right now following a deadly shooting right outside of Fulton County Elementary School.
That's right. The school district says a woman was killed right in front of Palmetto Elementary. That school immediately went on a hard lockdown with students taken to Bear Creek Middle School to be reunited with their parents. 11Alive's Marissa Sarbach, one of the first reporters on that scene. Marissa, anytime you hear of a shooting in an elementary school, it is high alert. We know it was on lockdown. What do you know at this hour?
Yeah, Faith, Ron, we know it was super high alert for so many of the parents in this area, community members who didn't realize what exactly was happening. They just saw the streets outside Palmetto Elementary lining up with police cars. Take a look at some of this chopper video that we have from overhead. This is from around 11 o'clock this morning till noon this morning. You could see police cars lining the streets outside Palmetto Elementary. We do know, as you said, one woman was shot here on school property outside of the building. So it was not inside of the school, but it was right outside the front doors to this elementary school. We do not have much information confirmed on who the woman was at this point. The district has not said whether or not she has a student in here, whether or not she was an employee or parent at this point. So many questions still remaining at this point in time. But again, we do know one woman was shot here outside the school building on school campus. Take a look at this footage now from over at Bear Creek Elementary. This is where all of those elementary school students, more than 500 of them, were brought after they were evacuated by bus and escorted by law enforcement over to safe areas. We are told by the district no students were injured today, no students were hurt. They all moved over safely in that evacuation process, and they were either picked up by their parents today or they were brought home by bus at the close of school. Take a listen, because we actually spoke with one fourth grader as well as that fourth grader's mom and aunt during that evacuation process.
So she turned off the lights. We stopped making noise. We went to the corner and sat down, and we just been quiet.
I didn't know what was going on. When they told us it was a shooting, they just said it was a shooting. They didn't say it was in the parking lot. They didn't say nothing. We didn't know if they was in there. We didn't know nothing. I was scared. I don't know.
I don't know what was going on, but obviously that's not my type of carrying on. I just want these kids to be safe, in the environment or whatnot, and they have to do better. That's how I feel.
A very scary situation for those parents over at Bear Creek. At least they can take a sigh of relief tonight knowing all of their children are safe. They are either picked up at this point again or they were driven home by bus. We spoke with parents here outside Palmetto Elementary as well, and we were at the barricade line when parents could not get through to Palmetto Elementary to pick up their kids, so they simply had to wait or be sent over to Bear Creek to get their kids. So very tense moments for many of them this morning. They did not have many questions answered. They had so many questions still. At this point, we do know, again, one woman is dead. We do not have details on who she is or what exactly happened. We do know at this point so far that the shooter is still on the loose, so multiple agencies working to find and track that shooter down. We will keep you updated, of course, as we get any new information from any of those law enforcement agencies or any updates from the Fulton County Schools, which has been handling this. Fulton County Schools actually has their own police department, which has been taking the lead on this, so they do have assistance from the Sheriff's Office and Fulton County Police, as well as Georgia State Patrol, other local agencies, but they are handling the main investigation here. They've been here all day. It's kind of quieted down now, but of course we'll keep you updated as we learn any new information. For now, reporting live outside Palmetto Elementary, Marissa Sarback for 11Alive News.
Okay, Marissa, thanks a lot. And it's really difficult for those children as they try to process what was taking place when they had to turn off the lights and then go to a corner for any type of protection. Thanks a lot for the update. We'll check in with you later on if we need to.
All right, we may see some showers coming through the area. Let's take a live look right now in Midtown. You see clear skies for the most part, a couple of scattered clouds there, but it's warm and it feels like spring.
It really does. So let's get to meteorologist Melissa Norch, who's got the latest on when we need to grab the umbrella. It doesn't look like we need an umbrella, but I'm sure it's headed this way.
It does not now, Ron, but we're going to see rain moving here by tomorrow morning. So your morning commute tomorrow, we are going to have rain moving in, and here's the weather system that's going to do it for us. You can see some of those showers pushing through the southern plains, moving eastward, and that will increase our cloud cover this evening. And then overnight tonight, that rain will start to move in from the west as well. So it's filtered sunshine, what we see outside right now, mostly cloudy, filtered sunshine over our camera in Noonan. We also see that filtered sunshine, those clouds really thickening up from our live camera in Rome. Also that breeze coming in from the southwest, and that's been pumping up these temperatures warmer than where we made it to yesterday afternoon. 68 in Atlanta at the moment, 70 Marietta, Canton, Covington. I told you this yesterday. I'm going to tell you to again. Kids get off the bus today. Make them play outside. Don't make them do the homework right away. It's so nice outside. Tomorrow will bring rain showers back to North Georgia. You can see the forecast track. Here come those rain showers overnight through first thing tomorrow morning. So wet roads for your morning commute. We'll talk about if those roads will dry out for the afternoon commute and if there's any cold air coming behind this front ahead. Danielle?
All right, Melissa, we are keeping our eye on the roadways this evening. There is an accident. This is on I-20. This is in Conyers near Rockdale. There is an accident. I just saw an ambulance leave the scene. This just happened not too long ago, and it is completely closed down. The other side of the screen, that is the backup. This is I-20 westbound in Conyers. The traffic, unfortunately, backed up into the cab. This is a closer look exactly what we're watching. This is at Stockbridge Highway, exit 82, and it's back to Turner Hill. I say that's the exact exit you need to take. It's Turner Hill Road to get off and go around this mess because it is backed up pretty far. As you take a look into the other incidents around town this evening, unfortunately, it is a very busy traffic evening. There's also a crash on 675 southbound that's causing some really big backups, as well as I-20 westbound at Wesley Chapel in DeKalb County. And unfortunately, both those accidents are causing a mess on I-20 West.
Danielle, thank you so much for bringing that to us. Jury selection moving forward this afternoon in Colin Gray's trial, with the judge hoping to seat the jury by tomorrow. But I believe before we go to that, we are going to go into a press conference about the unsealed affidavit.
Yeah, let's get straight to the Fulton County government building. We're going to get straight to the government building right now, where county officials are standing by right now to talk about the seizure of the 2020 election ballots.
Had asked for two things. First of all, that all records that were seized by the FBI at our elections hub, that all of those documents be returned to us. And number two, that the affidavit that was used to secure the search warrant by the FBI, that it be unsealed. That happened today. The judge notified us on, I believe it was Sunday, that he gave them until, the clerk, until 5 p.m., close of business today, to unseal the warrant. We're grateful now that the underlying accusation is now public knowledge. We now know, as I've said from day one, that the accusations are exactly what I've been talking about, again, from day one. Recycle rumors, lies, untruths, and unproven conspiracy theories. Fulton County's 2020 elections, they've been examined, they've been re-examined, they've been audited, there have been hand counts under microscope, and in every instance we come up clean. And any honest review going forward will also be clean. These accusations have already been debunked, but here we go again on a merry-go-round. Fulton County will fight this with every resource that's at our disposal, and we will not stop fighting. Now, I'm reaching out to other counties because the president has stated that there are 15 other states that he's looking at, and 3 cities in particular. He talked about Philadelphia, he talked about Detroit, and there's one other city. I've been in touch with the chairs of their commissions because this is not just about Fulton County, as I've said from day one. This is a national effort, and he's using the term to nationalize elections. What does that mean? Having the federal government run elections. Now, I'm not a constitutional lawyer by any means, but I do know that states run elections, not Congress and not the White House. I've also said that the president is treating the Constitution, which is the law of the land, as if it were just a suggestion. I want to personally thank our Senators Warnock and Ossoff for their support, and also Congresswomen Williams and Macbeth. They've been very helpful to us, and I'm certain will continue to be, because we know that if they're successful here in Fulton County as the face of this effort, they will take that show on the road and go elsewhere. Now, unfortunately, there are limitations as to what I can share with you about this very complex legal matter at this time. I'll be working with the county attorney and our other legal counsel into the night, as we have been since day one. But in this fight, we will remain focused. And with respect to our workers, their focus now, always have been, always will be, on making sure that our 2026 and that our 2028 elections are fair, open, transparent, and that every legal vote will be counted. I want to assure the voters of Fulton County that once again, what we have here in Fulton County are elections that they can count on. And also, we hope to protect their any personal property that may have been seized by the FBI. And lastly, regarding legal counsel, I have every confidence in the world in our county attorney. She's led us through this, but she also knows that this is a national and even international fight. So you've asked me several times about what are you doing about additional outside counsel. I can tell you this, I've received hundreds of calls from people who may have just walked past the law school at some point, never attended class one day, but are offering me advice about who we should use. I accept it, listen to it, but the fact of the matter is, I believe in the final analysis, we have 3 of the finest legal minds in cases like this throughout the country. Number 1, Abby Lowell. Number 2, Norman Eisen. And from a local point of view, Kamal Ghali. So we're confident in our county attorney, and with the help of these 3 other outstanding legal minds nationally, I'm certain it will prevail. Thank you all for being here, and I may have more to say later on this evening. I've only scanned the document. County attorney is on the phone as we speak with her outside counsel, going through it with a fine-tooth comb. So I'll maybe have some other comments for you later on this evening. So,
could you talk a little bit more, about the details of the conversations that the people in other places like Philly and Detroit? What did you say to them when you talked to them?
Just very quickly, very succinctly, that they are aware of what's going on here, and because the president has mentioned 15 other states and mentioned Philadelphia and Detroit specifically, that we're going to be talking about them, what we went through here, and that they should be prepared because they may be next.
What elements of what's happened here in Fulton County do you see the federal government potentially replicating in other areas?
Well, it could be, who knows, because this is so unusual what happened. It did not follow the normal procedures. As I understand it, we were not notified. I was not notified. The county attorney was not notified. So there are no rules. They're just doing anything they choose to do at this point in time, disregarding the Constitution altogether.
Commissioner, I just spoke with a legal expert who specializes in search warrants, and he says this is the strangest search warrant he's ever seen.
Yeah.
The evidence in here just appears to be the same things that have come out over the past 6 years, and the case referral was made by a temporary government employee appointed by Donald Trump, who was part of the Stop the Steal efforts in Arizona. Is there any doubt in your mind that this is politically motivated, this entire...
No doubt whatsoever. None whatsoever. Just 2 more, and that's it.
Yeah. We, certainly in looking through these documents, we didn't learn any more about where the ballots are.
That's my point.
Yeah, so you also don't have any more answers to those questions?
I've only scanned it. The county attorney and her team, they're reviewing it as we speak, going through it with a fine-tooth comb. Thank you.
Okay, you've just been listening into a press conference with Fulton County Commission Chairman Rob Pitts updating us on the affidavit that was unsealed. He says this was in relation, Ron, to the Fulton County Elections Hub raid that we saw a couple of weeks ago. Commissioner Pitts saying that the federal judge in this case notifying them on Sunday that affidavit had to be released by 5 p.m. today. It was unsealed not long ago. So recent to the point that he says that his attorneys are still going through it.
They're still going, and there's a couple of things that stood out to me. One, first of all, he says, and this is according to Pitts, that these are recycled rumors about the rigging of the 2020 election. No new evidence at all, that they're just regurgitating what the president has been talking about for the past 6 years. Also, something that's interesting is that he's concerned the Trump administration will make it law or make it so that the federal government actually administers our voting, and it's not going to, that it will not be up to the states. He's trying to centralize it instead of decentralizing it to the states as well.
Federalization of the elections, which something President Trump has suggested, also I thought was notable. 15 states mentioned here, and that there was no additional information about where the ballots are and what's being done with the ballots. So that's very interesting. We do have Zach Merchant and Jonathan Raymond in our streaming center going through that affidavit. Zach, can you hear me here? I know we had a little bit of issue. We cannot hear you, Zach, but I believe that our viewers can. Now I can hear you.
All right, good. You know, this is the sort of the mode of the day right now. It has been a day of developing news just in the last few minutes. You saw from Fulton County Commission Chairman Rob Pitts there. Obviously, we all watched along in real time. Faith and Ron, you guys gave us a recap on that. One thing, as we talk about this affidavit, this is what we're talking about here. It is a pretty large document. And one thing that stood out right off the top here is that the U.S. attorney who is leading this charge, even though this docket is in the Northern District of Georgia, this federal district court here in Georgia, the attorney leading the charge here is not from Georgia. It's a man named Thomas Albus, who is the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Missouri that's out in the St. Louis area. And according to his signature on this filing today, where he actually filed the probable cause affidavit into the docket here in Georgia, he also now is the special attorney to the Attorney General. So it seems he has taken on a larger job appointed or tasked by the Department of Justice and the Attorney General Pam Bondi of overseeing this effort. I want to bring in John Raymond, who has been reading through this probable cause affidavit. John, what stood out to you in the actual filing that we finally got to read today?
Yeah, I'll point first to, it lays out 5 basically main allegations. They refer to them as deficiencies or defects with the November 3rd, 2020 election and tabulation of the votes thereof. I'll preface it by saying, though, that these aren't really new. I mean, these are collected from cases that have come before the state election board mainly. They have to deal with a lot of the activist community that's been pushing this on for the last 5 years and the open records requests they did in Fulton County. So, you know, while there have been other issues or other claimed issues in other counties and throughout the state, this is very Fulton County focused because that's where the records requests have been made, and that's where these, it's really a lot to do with, you know, you look at the first one, it's the preservation of ballot images. You know, the ballot goes through a scanner, you retain the physical ballot, but then it also creates an image, which in theory could create kind of an auditable record.
And John, you point aptly to this, and I think it's worth, if anybody has a copy themselves at home, you can read along here. But the first paragraph in the probable cause section of this affidavit, and this is an important section, and this is an important document because attorneys and prosecutors use these probable cause affidavits to try to convince a magistrate judge that probable cause exists, to swear out a warrant that allows authorities to execute a search warrant and search and seize evidence, which is what happened at the Fulton County election hub. In the first paragraph, the first main paragraph, the government writes, and this is a quote, "Following the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election, there were many allegations of electoral impropriety relating to the voting process and ballot counting in Fulton County, Georgia. Some of those allegations have been disproven, while some of those allegations have been substantiated, including through admissions by Fulton County. This warrant," it goes on to say, "this warrant application is part of an FBI criminal investigation into whether any of the improprieties were intentional acts that violated federal criminal laws." That's the crux of the government's argument there. You heard Fulton County Commissioner Rob Pitts push back forcefully on that, calling these claims, quote, "recycled rumors, lies, untruths, and unproven conspiracy theories." John, it was a process just to get to this point where we could read the affidavit. You were following along both the docket in the Eastern District of Missouri and here in the Northern District of Georgia. This was a kind of unusual posture for this case that we're watching.
Yeah, it made it kind of difficult to know where to look throughout the day, as we've been expecting this affidavit to be unsealed, which we knew would happen since Saturday, but that was an order that was delivered by a judge in the Northern District of Georgia. But then we also knew, you found out on Saturday or Friday, whatever day it was, that there was this other element to it in Missouri.
And it's sort of a cross-jurisdictional situation as we continue to work through it. We should also mention here, too, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who is a Republican who played a central role in the wake of the 2020 general election in defending the validity of Georgia's presidential election results, an election that saw Joe Biden narrowly defeat Donald Trump in that presidential election. Brad Raffensperger, when asked for comment on the unsealing of this probable cause affidavit, said today, I'm going to read you the full quote here. As Secretary of State, I've made Georgia the safest and most secure place to vote. Instead of wasting time and tax dollars trying to change the past with baseless and repackaged claims, let's focus our efforts on building a safer, more affordable future for all hardworking Georgians. Again, that's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who is a Republican, who was Secretary of State overseeing Georgia's election process back in 2020 during the November election. Raffensperger is also running for governor right now. And John, we should point out here, too, just yesterday, we reached out to the Eastern District of Missouri, the U.S. Attorney's Office there, Thomas Albus's office, as well as the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., for comment on this case. They so far have not responded to those requests for comment. John, you were listening into that press conference as well. It could take months for this to get resolved in the legal system.
Yeah, well, one thing that's very notable about the affidavit itself is we don't know who the targets of the investigation even are. So you're talking investigative steps that go on for however long, and then you're talking about a grand jury indictment, something like that, if they feel that they've built a case. So that is, we are very early in the steps to where we don't even know who it is they're investigating. We know what they think might be the basis for investigating such individual, but we don't, we're in the dark as to who that may even be.
And that was one of the big questions that we were watching out for, and I think everybody who was waiting for this probable cause affidavit to be unsealed. Will there be names of targeted individuals in this document? John, you've read through it. The answer to that is no.
No, and actually, on the last page, I don't know if I'll be able to find it and quote it exactly, but the FBI agent who sort of prepared this affidavit gave as the reason for wanting it under seal originally was to not tip off anyone who might be a subject of the investigation. Evidently, they changed their mind at some point because the judge's order to unseal all this noted that the government was not opposed to it, and obviously Fulton County, Rob Pitts, they were not opposed to it. So then it made a very clear path to getting things unsealed.
Or John Raymond bringing us this important update. You've been, for folks who don't see you on television every day, this is what you do, and you track this information really doggedly to make sure that we have the most up-to-date and confirmed information. So John, thank you. To recap here, we just heard moments ago from Fulton County Commission Chair Rob Pitts discussing the unsealing of this probable cause affidavit and defending once again Fulton County's election conduct in the 2020 presidential election, calling accusations of improprieties, quote, recycled rumors, lies, untruths, and unproven conspiracy theories. The government, with a different approach to things in their probable cause affidavit, alleging that some allegations of improprieties were disproven, while some had been substantiated. That's from this probable cause affidavit we have just gotten a chance to read after it was unsealed. This is going to be a point of contention in our state and in our city and around the country. We're going to continue to follow it as this process makes its way through the legal system. This is the beginning, not the end here. This is going to continue to take, we suspect, many months. We're going to follow it every turn along the way. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, time for some good news on your, it's Tuesday, right, Caitlin? It's Tuesday. A sweet effort tonight from the youngest hearts in our community. The students at Bell's Ferry Elementary School have made 100 cards for senior citizens who may feel lonely this Valentine's Day. We don't want anybody to feel lonely.
I know, isn't this the sweetest thing?
I
love that they put so much effort into this. They worked on this for weeks. They wanted to deliver these cards to seniors in their community just before Valentine's Day. And the messages are straight from the heart. You are loved, you're special. It's an effort headed up by senior helpers, and they ask kids to do this across the country because they're with seniors all day whose spouse may have passed away, friends passed away, and they really need a little extra love, especially around the holidays.
I think it makes them feel like they're loved. There's someone out there, right? So even if it's not just the caregiver that walks in, but anybody in the community, you know, that they think that somebody cares, somebody knows that they're out there.
And so if you want to make a card, you want to help your kids make a card, there's still times to do it. Valentine's Day isn't until Saturday. So you can drop it off at the Senior Helpers office in Marietta. You can mail it there to be delivered, and we'll put all of that information on our website, 11alive.com.
And you know, I hope that we can be there when the seniors gets these cards, because I mean, that would be, I just imagine the look in their face.
I think the reaction is going to be really sweet. And what I thought was also so sweet was they're going to deliver like their favorite candy and some balloons and some flowers. So it's a really heartfelt gesture that I know is going to mean so much to people.
Absolutely. And there's still time.
Yes, there's still time.
Thank you so much, Caitlin.
All right, here's looking 675 southbound. This is in Clayton County. One lane open, a lot of police presence down there. I'm working to figure out what's going on. I'll bring you another update shortly.
Plus, dry skies over North Georgia right now, but tomorrow morning's commute could be a bit wet. We'll time out the arrival of that rain and how long it will last in your weather impact forecast.
Hey, welcome back to 11Alive Plus. It's time to check out that forecast.
Meteorologist Melissa Nord is tracking some showers coming up, Melissa.
Showers coming in indeed. I know you see bright skies outside right now. Things are really warm, but that rain is on its way in. We're going to be tracking it arriving after midnight tonight, and it will last into the morning commute tomorrow. Now, with that, I know it's been warm. We're not going to see a massive temperature cool down. Temperatures are going to stay near or just above average moving forward through the weekend. So maybe not the 70s, but at least some low 60s on the way. You can see the clouds from our live camera in Rome right there. Temperatures at the moment running, depending on where you are, either cooler or warmer than yesterday at this time. That cool air took longer yesterday to erode away, so we're 12 degrees warmer right now in Athens than yesterday at this time. Currently 71 there, 70 in Marietta, and 72 in Covington. But zooming out that radar, you see the clouds over us now. Here are the showers. They're to our west. It's not going to be a highly impactful system for us showers, more in that nuisance category, but it is going to bring some light rainfall through tomorrow morning's commute. Generally, on average, less than 1/4 of an inch in the metro, but far north Georgia could end up picking up about 1/2 inch of rain. That's coming in tomorrow, but then this weekend, another system coming in that will bring another 1 to possibly up to 1.5 inches of rain coming in between Saturday and Sunday. So rain is on the horizon. What do I expect tonight and tomorrow? Rain showers moving in. So we have dry skies, but clouds increasing overnight tonight. You can see after midnight, there come the rain showers. They will be here tomorrow morning, especially north of I-20. So rain might be at times a little bit moderate up there in far north Georgia. Rain showers pressing into the metro area for the morning commute. We still see these rain showers around even after the morning commute, but then watch it really fall apart. We lose the moisture. The forcing for rain moves south of us. So the afternoon will feature drying skies and sunshine also making a hint coming back by the end of the afternoon. You can see here Wednesday evening, clearing skies over North Georgia. So tomorrow starts with rain chances, 50% chance of rain at 7 o'clock, down to 40% at noon, and then really quickly seeing that rain clearing out and sunshine moving back in. So we will see temperatures tomorrow a little cooler than today. We'll top out generally around the mid-60s for Wednesday afternoon. We're not going to see a big cool down on the way behind this front. We're going to moderate the temperatures a little closer to average to the low 60s, and then over the weekend also tracking some 60s. I am tracking some rain that could be heavier over the weekend. We'll talk about that in your 7-day forecast ahead. Danielle?
All right, Melissa, here is a look at the roadways. We have another really large crash. This is on 675 southbound in Clayton County. Here's a look at it. There is only one lane open. I'm working to figure out exactly what happened here. We have a few feelers out to try to see if we get in contact with Clayton County Police. It does look like maybe Georgia State Patrol is on the scene as well. And this is causing a very large backup into the east side. In fact, as you take a closer look at it, this is the crash here on 675 southbound. Unfortunately, it is backed up now onto 285. If you do need to get off, I suggest taking Boulder Crest Road or on the opposite end, Moreland Avenue. That's your best way to get around because unfortunately 675 is becoming a mess. There's also this crash that is working on I-20 westbound at Panola Road. So definitely a mess right now on the east side of Atlanta.
Danielle, thank you so much for bringing us that update. Hey, Team USA picking up a handful of medals today in Milan, setting records along the way.
And you know, my favorite sport right now is curling. Here we go. The duo, Corey Teesey and Corey Dropkin, won silver in mixed curling, Team USA's first ever medal in that particular event. Ben Ogden picked up silver in cross-country skiing and Team USA's first cross-country medal in 50 years. And USA's women's hockey currently has a commanding lead over their rival, Canada, 4-0 in the final period. Now, we know, Faith, that Italy is famous for a lot of things out there, and coffee ranks near the top.
That's right. And 11Alive Cheryl Preheim, she is in Milan with a look at what sets the city's coffee culture apart.
Hello from a cold and rainy Milan. The kind of night you want to curl up with a cup of coffee and just enjoy the view. Well, there is a place in Milan we found that Olympic tourists are lining up for that one-of-a-kind experience.
Honestly, this is the most beautiful Starbucks.
The Milan Starbucks Reserve Roastery opened in 2018 after years of work to transform the old Italian stock exchange and post office building.
Usually we have some Guatemala beans.
Now it's a coffee shop like none other.
The facade is beautiful because before the first use of this building was as the stock exchange, then it was the post office, and now it's the roastery.
Inside, it feels like Willy Wonka got into the coffee business. At the center is the Dancing Lady.
Here we produce every batch of green coffee that comes into the roast.
A 22-foot tall, first-of-its-kind coffee roaster that unfolds and rotates so people can see beans being roasted. Then they're pumped through tubes running high above the store so they can be used on the spot or shipped out to other stores.
All the coffee that you can actually taste is coffee that gets roasted, packed, and delivered here in this roastery.
This shop ships out a metric ton of coffee every day.
It's crazy.
All inside this unique store decorated in Italian marble from Tuscany, with a coffee bar where you can taste more than 100 coffee drinks, including coffee roasted only in this store.
It's thought that building's kind of a thank you to Italy. The founder of Starbucks was inspired to start the chain after he visited Milan coffee shops in the early 80s. Reporting at the Winter Games in Italy, Cheryl Preheim, 11Alive News.
Absolutely looked delicious. Hey, much more news straight ahead here. Top immigration officials on the hot seat. Lawmakers press DHS over enforcement and oversight.
Also straight ahead on 11Alive Plus, the desperate search for the mother of today's show host, Savannah Guthrie. The new images and video just released from Nancy Guthrie's front porch. We'll be right back.
Well, the head of agencies carrying out President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement appearing before lawmakers today. And that hearing, it happened amid heightened calls for oversight at the Department of Homeland Security.
And it's been making a lot of headlines here lately. And as lawmakers debate potential changes to the DHS ahead of a funding deadline this Friday, Michael Yoshida reports.
Top immigration officials on Capitol Hill.
We sit here today at an inflection point.
Trump's mass deportation campaign has faced a heavy wave of scrutiny following the shooting deaths of 2 U.S. citizens in Minneapolis by federal agents. Questions also raised about the violation of constitutional rights.
DHS personnel are now forcing their way into private homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Transparency and communication are needed now more than ever. The department's no-fail mission hangs in the balance.
Officials not commenting about ongoing investigations into officer actions, but did defend their missions and agents.
You won't see ICE agents rolling through the parking lots and just snatching someone up. ICE does intelligence-driven, targeted enforcement operations.
CBP has spent the last year rebuilding what was an intentionally broken border.
Lawmakers pressed on officers wearing body cameras, as well as the training they receive amidst a hiring surge.
If you hired somebody for ICE today, how much training would they receive before they become a full-time agent?
So for a person off the street who has never been a law enforcement officer, they're looking at approximately 3 months of training, sir.
Today's hearing happening as Democrats and Republicans try to reach a deal on potential reforms to the Department of Homeland Security. They have until Friday to pass a bill to fund DHS or face a shutdown that would impact agencies like TSA and FEMA. In Washington, Michael Yoshida reporting.
All new today on 11Alive Plus, the FBI released the first surveillance video in the disappearance of the mother of today's show host, Savannah Guthrie. Check this out here, folks. Really interesting. Authorities say it shows a masked person on her porch the night Nancy Guthrie went missing. FBI Director Kash Patel posted this image and the video on X saying that the person appears to be armed and had tampered with a camera at Guthrie's front door, but still at this point, no suspects or persons of interest have been identified. Guthrie has been missing for more than a week now. Adding to the urgency is that authorities say Guthrie needs daily medication because she is said to have high blood pressure, heart issues, including a pacemaker. The messages made by her daughter Savannah and her family have now shifted from hopeful to now desperate as they plead with their apparent kidnappers to hand over their missing mother.
I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement.
By the way, this is the latest video posted just a few hours before a deadline expired in a possible ransom letter demanding millions of dollars in Bitcoin in exchange for Nancy's safe return. And according to TMZ, the ransom has not been paid.
Coming up next, dry skies right now, but rain showers are on the way. We'll time out the impact for your commutes ahead.
I can. It's very faint, but I can't hear you.
Hello, hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hi, John. John, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Sorry about the technical problems there.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, I got a question for you. We want to make sure that we pronounce your name properly. John Acevedo, right?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Welcome back. We are staying on top of breaking news. We are learning why the FBI searched Fulton County's election office just a few hours ago. An affidavit explaining that search, it was unsealed.
That's right. So this is a huge story today. Obviously, federal investigators are looking into possible, what they're calling deficiencies or defects in how votes were actually counted in Fulton County during the 2020 election. So this is video from the day the office was searched. Allegations outlined in the court records include the county admitting it does not have scanned images of every ballot from the original count or the recount. The affidavit also says some ballots were scanned more than once during the recount. So we want to bring in Emory Law Professor John Acevedo.
And John, can you help us out in layman's terms, the nuts and bolts of this? First of all, thank you so much for being here with us. But for those at home, we want to know, what does this unsealed affidavit actually tell us that we did not know before?
So thank you so much for having me on your show. What this really shows us is the basis of the warrant. All warrants need probable cause. That's information that a crime has been committed. And we saw there were several different witnesses, an engineer who felt that the images didn't match, an election poll watcher who thought ballots weren't counted, another worker who said that they should have increased the absentee ballots and they weren't, which indicated they may not have been mailed. So this is all the basis for why there is a search, for why the FBI feels it can go in and seize these records.
You know, I'm glad you brought up that point because the affidavit also mentions missing ballot images, ballot scanned more than once. So how serious are these issues, or these allegations under federal law?
So it depends if this is intentional or just accidental. If it's just accidental, and it's why the FBI sees both the original ballots and the tape. So if they can match it, the law requires that they keep the ballots, a record of them. So if everything is there, then there's really no crime committed. But if there are ballots that are appearing in one group and not the other, or just wholly missing, then the Fulton County might have some problems here. The question will then become who's responsible for those missing ballots.
And that is still a question. Even during a press conference earlier with Fulton County Commission Chair Rob Pitts, one of the reporters asked, do we know where these ballots are? And he said, no, not right now. John, I want to ask you this because this is claims that have been resurfacing for really 6 years now. They echo past allegations. They were rejected by the court. Why do they keep resurfacing?
Well, here the FBI has the power through the Department of Justice to investigate any federal crime. And until everything is put completely to rest, folks just kind of aren't satisfied. I mean, we see this also like with the Epstein files. Millions of documents released, but there's still a feeling that there's even more. I think it's similar here. There's still the possibility there might be more ballots out there, and it's hard to prove a negative. You're gonna have to go through almost every warehouse possible for the ballots to be kept at to prove there are no more ballots, which is a difficult thing to prove.
I got one quick question for you. You know, in the affidavit, it does not point to anyone in particular. They're not targeting anyone. However, when they open up the affidavit, they look at they look at all of those documents. Can they amend that affidavit and then come back to the county saying that we're targeting certain people for criminal misconduct?
So they wouldn't need to amend this affidavit. They would just create a new one for the arrest. So any arrest warrant will have to be created whole new with its own probable cause, which can be based off of this material that was seized today or last week.
And that's a big question that a lot of people have, where these ballots, are there going to be any criminal charges that come from it? And Commissioner Chair Pitts, he says that this is just what we've known all along. Absolutely. We have to get the Republican take on that too. But Mr. Acevedo, we really appreciate you coming down and breaking it down for us in layman's terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Sure.
So dry skies out there right now, but rain showers on their way back in. Those will start moving in as early as about midnight tonight, but really the morning commute, I think, will be the most widely impacted day part that we're expecting. You can see the clouds increasing from our live camera in Rome up here. The flags blowing a bit as well. Temperatures today are running warm. Some areas in northeast Georgia running about 10 to 15 degrees warmer than this time yesterday. A lot of 70s on the map. Gainesville and Athens, 68 currently at the airport in Atlanta. 72 in Covington and 74 in Carrollton. You can see the clouds streaming in from the west this afternoon. The rain showers still a few hours behind us, but we'll track those moving in with this cold front tomorrow morning. Then by the afternoon, that front slipping to the south takes the moisture across to central and southern Georgia. As we see the skies drying out, drier air moves in, but we're not going to see a significant cool down other than a slightly chillier morning on the way for Thursday. So otherwise, the afternoons are still going to stay a little bit above average in the low 60s. Forecast track pinpointing it hour by hour, clouds increasing. It's actually a pretty nice evening out there. If you want to get out, walk the dog a little bit extra, maybe walk around the neighborhood, enjoy a nice beverage outside. It's really pleasant outside at the moment. But by midnight, we see those rain showers coming in from the north. They will be more widespread north of the metro early tomorrow than to the south side of the metro. So you can see here at 5:30 tomorrow morning, rain moving in. A couple of pockets where it could be moderate up across those higher elevations in the North Georgia mountains. But generally light rain showers scattered throughout the metro, especially the north side for the morning commute. Rain showers move to the south in the afternoon and really lose that forcing for widespread rain. So we'll see dry skies and even some hints of sunshine moving back in by your Wednesday afternoon. So we'll start tomorrow morning, higher rain chances, 57 degrees, 50% chance of showers at 7 o'clock noon. 40% chance, and those rain chances quickly fade away after then as we see some sunshine coming back for the tail end of the day. This system doesn't bring a lot of rain to the metro. It's generally a quarter of an inch or less, just enough to dampen the pavement. But up in far north Georgia, some of those rainfall amounts could be a half an inch or so. Then over the weekend, a second weather system comes in late Saturday through Sunday. That one could bring maybe 1 to 2 inches of rain with it, potentially up to 2.5 in a few isolated areas. You can see the European model bringing in those rain showers first on Saturday to far north Georgia, then Sunday, more widespread opportunity for rain. Some of that rain could be locally heavy. There could even be a couple of embedded thunderstorms, but at this point we feel the temperatures will be a little cool enough to where the chance of severe weather probably not in the cards. But that's one of those things we'll watch closely as we head into the weekend. How warm did the temperatures get? What do those winds look like as we see that chance of rain moving in over the weekend? So low 60s over the weekend. We'll see dry skies moving back in next week and no cool down coming. Sarah Groundhog, you were wrong, Danielle. We were right.
Exactly.
Well,
no surprise
not
there,
really.
Melissa. Here's a look at 675. We're still continuing to monitor this crash that has 2 lanes closed on 675 southbound in Clayton County. Unfortunately, it is having really big impacts on the east side. It is now backed up into 285. So if you do need to get around this crash, if you're coming in from the east, you need to take Boulder Crest Road, which is now starting to get a little bit slow and go there. You can see the orange. Also, you could also take Moreland Avenue, which is moving a little bit better. So just make sure that you allow a little extra time if you are headed in the east side of Atlanta this evening.
All right, thanks a lot, ladies. You know, a bigger refund could be headed your way. What's changed this tax season on the other side of the break?
Hey, well, in DeKalb County, one person is dead, another in the hospital after a CSX train collided with a car. It happened just before 2 a.m. at the crossing of North Clarendon Avenue and Ponce de Leon Avenue in Scottdale. Police say it appears that car was stalled on the tracks. The man who was driving was trying to help a woman out of the passenger seat before that train hit, just trying to save her life. But we know that the man was killed in this crash, that woman taken to the hospital in critical condition. And police say they are still investigating.
All right, so if you have received your tax documents already, don't wait here, folks, because the deadline to file your 2025 taxes is coming up here pretty quick. And changes under President Trump's big, beautiful bill could mean a bigger refund for some filers out there. Tax experts say that there are a few big changes to know about this year. The standard deduction is much higher, about $1,500 more for single filers and more than $3,100 more for married couples filing jointly. Now, the state and local tax deduction, better known as SALT, jumps to $40,000 for married filers, and parents can also get up to $2,200 per child. Now, last year, the average refund was about $3,100. The IRS says some refunds could be even higher this year.
We are expecting filers to see up to $1,000 increase in their refund or lower balance due.
And if you get tips or you get overtime, eligible workers can deduct up to $25,000 in tip money. The deadline to file is April 15th, so experts recommend filing as soon as possible. Hey, coming up next on 11Alive News at 5, we're going to continue to follow the breaking news at Palmetto Elementary School following a deadly shooting right outside the front door of the school. Our crew has a live update coming up next. Stay with us.
Yeah, check 1, 2 at Fulton County.
Saw in this one, so it's just just the VO.
Hello, check.
If you can, let me get.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I do.
I do.
Yep, mic check 1, 2, 3.